Call meeting to order. All rise for the pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moment of silence, please.
Texas flag.
Let's pledge first.
Honor thee, Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas.
All right. Moment of silence, please. Thank you. May be seated. Mr. Secretary, roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Honorable Mayor, Dr. Victor D. Trevino,
Present.
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember District 1, Gilbert Gonzalez. Honorable Councilmember District 2, Ricardo Richie Rangel Jr. Honorable Councilmember District 3, Melissa Cigarroa. Honorable Councilmember District 4, Ricardo Rick Garza. Honorable Councilmember District 5, Ruben Gutierrez Jr.
Present.
Honorable Councilmember District 6, Dr. Tyler King. Honorable Councilmember District 7, Vanessa Perez. Honorable Councilmember District 8, Alisa Cigarroa. Mayor, you have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll proceed with recognitions. Recognizing the RC Centennial Elementary School fourth grade basketball team, Division 4th and 5A, for an outstanding season for earning the title of city champions. Congratulations.
Good evening. I want to congratulate all the kids and the coaches. So this is a school that's very dear for us as it represents the boundary of District 1 and District 2. And to recognize these champions in a nutshell, last season, I saw and I heard that they had 0 wins. And for these coaches and parents to turn the program around, invest their time, and the kids do the time, put the time in the, in the gym and in practice means so much for our community. Again, I want to congratulate the coaches and the players and all the parents involved. As me and myself and District 2 are very involved with Centeno. I know I keep, very much in touch with the school crossings, with their law enforcement. We beautified the area. We put some trees there in the driveway and the entrance and stuff. So it's a school that's very dear to us. So with that being said, the City of Laredo and City Council recognizes the RC Centeno Elementary School fourth grade basketball team, Divisions 4th and 5A, for an outstanding undefeated season and for earning the title of city champions. Yeah. So I'm gonna thank you, appreciate it. Thank you for the time. I want to acknowledge here one of the coaches who wants to say a few words about how it was to turn the season around for these kids.
We wanted to thank our team parents and players for being committed with us during the 2025-2026 basketball season. It was a hard-working journey for everyone since the kids were coming back from a big loss in 2024 and 2025 season. Hard work paid off. We ended up undefeated in our season and champions. Thank you for the city for taking the time to recognize our team Although we do have a few kids out on vacation, thank you, everyone.
I can't see the
There you go. Is that in there?
Yes.
Right here with her?
There we go. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Let me get one right over here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Last one.
Esta es la buena. ¿Todavía sigo aquí, Andy?
All right, next recognition. City of Laredo Mayor and Council recognize Ms. Estela Gallegos Perez for achieving a lifelong dream by earning her high school diploma at 100 years of age. A member member of the class 2026 from Martin High School for serving an inspiration to the community through her perseverance, determination, and a commitment to education. And Ms. Gallegos, born on November 15, 1925, is a lifelong Laredoan, proud Martin High School student, educator, philanthropist, and community advocate whose life reflects perseverance, service, and commitment to education. The daughter of labor leader Jose Maria Gallegos, who helped organize Laredo foundry workers during the Great Depression. She grew up learning the values of hard work, resilience, and helping others. A tuberculosis health crisis prevented Estela from completing her senior year at Martin High School in the 1940s. Determined to continue her education, she completed correspondence courses and later earned her GED from Laredo Junior College in 1972. And in 2019, she received an official diploma from Martin High School. And in May 2026, at 100 years old, she proudly walked the graduation stage and received her Diploma of Merit as a centenarian. A former substitute teacher with LISD, Gold Star sister, devoted wife, mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother, Estela has dedicated lifelong to honoring her family's legacy through service and education, through an endowment established with the Laredo Area Communication Foundation. She has funded scholarships for Martin High School students, supporting future generations of leaders. Her life serves as an inspiration to all, demonstrating that it's never too late to achieve one's goal and that learning is truly a lifelong journey. Congratulations. And congratulations in my behalf. I also attended Martin High School, so I'm proud to say that.
And she can say, that's okay. That's okay.
Algunas palabras, couple of words?
Yes.
Yes, I'm very honored and very to be to be honored with my diplomas, and I dedicate them to my family and to my father, my mother, and that helped me, go through these studies. And here I am, very happy to receive this honor. And I want to thank all of you for your presence. You beautiful people. I don't see your faces, but I can just imagine how beautiful you are. Thank you for being here in my honor. Thank you.
Everybody looking over here, please. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Thank you. One tiger. Always tiger. One more tiger. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. One more. Thank you so much. No, I got it. Oh, okay. Oh, another picture, Mom. Over here. This, I think just. Yes. Oh, okay. Just this way, Mami, para acá. Mami, no, I know, Oh, here's the welcome. Yes. Wherever you're ready. You don't have to get ready.
3. What do you want, number 2? Let me skip number 2. Number 2, hello. Let's go to
This goes to show that age is not a factor to continue education. Very nice. Next recognition, City of Laredo Mayor and Council hereby recognize Estela Gallegos Perez. No, that's not her. It's number 2, sorry. Yeah. Okay, number 2. Recognize the Healthier Texas Community Challenge participants who are the top performers in their respective districts. District winners recorded the highest cumulative active participation in their respective districts, while the top overall participants recorded the highest cumulative active participation citywide. Their commitment to physical activity, personal wellness, and community engagement exemplifies the goals of the Neighborhood Challenge and contributes to building a healthier Laredo. Congratulations. First one is Neighborhood Challenge 2026 recognizes Erica Lopez for District 1. Erica Lopez. Okay, you want to say something?
I'm just very grateful for Laredo Public Health to give us this opportunity and always encourage the community to come out and host events so that we can go ahead and become a healthier community overall.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
We have one more after her.
2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
One more right here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. You want to wait for
Next recognition, City of Laredo Neighborhood Challenge 2026. Mayor and City Council, City of Laredo recognizes Maria Bui for achieving top participant across 8 districts. Maria, come on down.
I know.
You want to say some words?
Yes, you do.
I just want to say thank you for the seat on the radio. Thank you to the mayor for our good walks. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, ready. 1, 2, 3.
one more. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Congratulations. Yeah. Go for it.
Mayor, if we can recognize Councilmember King and Councilmember Pettis that are here. Just for the record.
As noted, thank you.
Motion for the approval of the minutes of June 1st, 2026 and June 2nd, 2026.
Motion second, all in favor? Opposed, motion passes. Like to proceed with communication? We have a lot of them.
Yes, here are the first
Yeah.
2 or 3
What?
are
Sí.
public comments, the rest are on items.
Yeah,
So we have 2 public comments.
we have a lot. Or there,
These are on items.
okay. We'll proceed with public comments. We have 2 general comments. We'll start with Roque Godinez. No. Is he here? Roque Godinez, is he here? No? All right. Okay. We'll continue with Victor. Is he here? Victor Jr.? Not here either. All right, these are the general comments. The other comments will be with the items. We'll proceed with the communications. Okay.
He said they were all done.
Got it.
There's Roque Godin.
Okay. Mr. Roque Godinez, public comment, now that you're here. Thank you.
Sorry, I was outside with my neighbor.
All right.
She's waiting. I'm okay. Thank you all for being here. And I actually lost my thoughts because I saw her and it brings back good memories too. But I noticed that you all want to do like your rezoning. right? Are you all talking about rezoning your districts or not? Not in this one. Okay. They are, okay. Redistricting, yeah. Oh, okay. Jeez. I'm a little early. I just got blown by my neighbor, you know, so we're neighbors. Anyway, I wanted to say thank you all for being here, but I'm glad we communicate a lot. You're not on I'm not in your district, but I'm glad we communicate. Laredo's growing a lot, tremendously a lot. You all need your help to each other to focus on our city. Don't just beautify one section like y'all were talking about I-35 at the end. You gotta go all the way back to help us out, to help Laredo out. It's getting worse and worse and worse. The traffic is even worse. 18-wheelers, which brings a lot of money to Laredo, is still getting real bad. So focus on the future for us, for everybody. Not just your district, but all the districts. Work together and make it a lot better, a beautiful place to be here. Okay, guys? I lost my mind because I'm 100 years old and we're neighbors and I know we're going to be here. But thank you all. Sorry about it. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll proceed with communications. Presentation by Mayor providing general comments on city matters, upcoming initiatives, and other relevant updates for the council and update to the public. Presentation by the Laredo Police Department on the use of flock safety camera technology and other law enforcement technologies for crime prevention, criminal investigation, vehicle recovery, and public safety enhancement, program effectiveness, privacy safeguards, and data management. I want to start by saying that this issue has a lot of coverage and interest from the community. And as mayor, I believe in constructive dialogue when it comes to one of the city core functions, which is public safety. I also want to make sure that we have precise and factual information going to the community. And as we're seeing here, with that being said, we would like Chief of Police to come up with the presentation.
Mayor, City Council, good evening. This is part of our presentation today. Let me get this started real quick. So this is part of our presentation today. What I wanted to say, I know that during the Laredo Morning Times output that was put out in regards to flock, right, and how we were defending this item as a police department. I can tell you that today I want to talk about a couple of things before we move along with the item, as far as the what it does and what it doesn't do. So I want to talk about prevention first policing. If we want to take the, just reading. The reason I brought Raptor today, I wanted to talk about him. I wanted you to see it live and what it does, but I'm going to talk about it right now in my presentation. But I wanted to bring it because part of that grant money that we're getting, we were able to purchase Raptor here. And I know that Raptor is very impressive, but what it does is things that we would never thought it would do, right? It's a nuclear, biological, and chemical detection dog. And why did we do this? Because when we do commercial vehicle inspections, when we're at the port, especially this weekend, when there was a fire coming out of 2 box trailers, to be able to detect what was burning, and it's hazardous not only to our officers and our firefighters, it's also very important to understand what's coming out of that, because there's residential areas very close by that industrial district, right? And so today I'm going to talk about everything that's coming from the police department, not only flock, because flock is part of the ecosystem that we're creating, and which is, we're calling it Bantari, and the reason we're calling it, we'll go into that, but why we're here today is because it's a question of clarity, right? Pretty much what Flock is and the bigger vision. And very important, what Flock does not do. And I'm gonna be very clear about this, right? Flock does not do facial recognition. It does not identify drivers. It does not record conversations. It does not issue speeding tickets. Does not monitor lawful activity. We do not track people all across the city. It does not replace officers, very important. Flock is a vehicle identification tool. It's technology that provides information, but still human makes decisions. What Flock actually does, and this is a very focused, specific tool for investigators. It assists law enforcement by identifying stolen vehicles, vehicles linked to felony investigations, vehicles associated with violent crimes, vehicles in missing person cases. What the system captures: license plates, vehicle makes and models, vehicle color, distinguishing characteristics. Yes, if there's a truck that we're looking for and the witness states, well, it was a plumbing truck that says Rodriguez Plumbing in the back with a sticker, we can identify that truck through this system. We can put in the system that we're looking for a sticker that says Rodriguez in white. Sometimes it captures it, sometimes it doesn't capture it, but that's what it does. But the main thing here, the purpose is help investigators identify leads faster and solve crimes more effectively. And the reason I'm going to more effectively, because everybody knows in policing, the faster we apprehend a suspect, the more successful we are in providing that safety to the community. I'm going to go into real quick into the award. This is MVCPA SB 224 awards. That's the grant money that we received from the state. This MVCPA is the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority. That is an authority that board that I chair. I was appointed by the governor to that authority. In 2024, we were able to secure $2.7 million without a match from the city. There was nothing coming from the city from 2024. In 2025, we received $1.9 million from this grant on its own, and the city went ahead and put $383,000. In 2026, this past fiscal year, we were awarded another $1.8 million, and the city put in $366,000. Now, keep in mind that this is not Flock money only. This is Flock, our drones as first responders, our Raptor, two as investigative support specialists, 2 personnel, 2 drone operators. All this money is going to that. And the reason we're moving into that is because the bigger vision is to compile all this, which I'm going to go into right now, to make sure that we continue providing the safety net to our city. So the question is not, should police use cameras? The real question is, how should modern police departments use technology to protect their communities while maintaining transparency and public trust? That is the question that we should be asking. So because Flock is only a small piece of a much bigger strategy, which I'm going to go into right now, this is what our new philosophy is in the police department. This is what is becoming successful day after day and year after year. And I'm going to show you the numbers right now as to how effective the police department has become because of this philosophy. So from response to prevention, the old metrics that we used to have was calls answered, arrests made, reports taken, officer presence. The new metrics is calls prevented, how many less calls did we receive? Victims prevented. Instead of arrests made, how many victims did we prevent from something happening to them? Crime reduction, or hotspots and everything that we track, and then officer impact. So before, just to give you a little quick of a snapshot of what it is, before we used to have beats all across the city. We had 20 beats. And we would assign officers in that beat for what we call officer presence, right? And be able to respond quick in those areas. Now it's officer impact. And because of that, we've noticed that there was about 3 districts in our areas that some officers would be assigned there, 2, 2, and 2, so there was a total of 6. And they would come out of each week, they would come out with about close to 18 reports during the week. But then you have an officer in the south, that was beat 13, the old beat 13, that was coming out with about 22 per week, and that was one officer. So you're talking about 6 officers versus one officer making more reports than the 6 officers assigned to those specific areas. So what we said, how much of an impact are we doing in those areas that we have 6 officers that really are not being, we're not being effective? So we started moving away from that. We moved into strategic policing and started going into this philosophy. Why Laredo is different? We're America's largest inland port. It demands a modern response. So we have a unique infrastructure, billions in commerce daily, major international trade. The city is strategic national importance. And I'll tell you this because to the state, Laredo is very important. Why? Because it's a major corridor. I-35, everybody wants it. No matter what anybody says, everybody wants to go to the 35. And at the end of the day, this is a major corridor, not only because of the domestic stuff that's happening in Mexico, the terrorists that we know that are being assigned as terrorists in Mexico, but at the end of the day, anything that comes into our port, we have to make sure that we maintain that security. We have multiple agencies in the city, but once it comes into the city and it stands in our city, it's our responsibility to make sure that we continue making it safe. So what I'm going to introduce today is what we call RTCC 2.0. Our real-time crime center is going to become Vantari. It's vigilance, analytics, networking, technology, advanced response intelligence. What this is a Laredo Police Intelligence Command Lab. That is exactly what it's doing right now. It's still, by 2027, we believe we're going to be having 100% active this module. We were able to secure $1.3 million. $1.3 million, I repeat it. Secure that $1.3 million in grant budget, in grant monies, to enhance and to modernize our real-time crime center. Remember, real-time crime center in PD right now exists on 2 old captain's rooms, 2 old captain's offices. We did away with the captain's offices and we do our own little RTCC. Now we're making it bigger. We're going to have a total of 8,000 square feet of this command lab to make sure that we continue doing what we're doing. And I'll show you in a bit as to why we're doing it. So intelligence that enables prevention. What are we doing? Crime patterns, high-risk locations, repeat offenders, traffic crash patterns. I know that anywhere we have those shot spotters, Ravens, it also detects crashes. We're going to show you a video right now as to how we respond to these crashes when it detects emerging threats, and of course our stolen vehicle routes and stolen vehicle notifications. So it's one integrated platform, multiple platforms embedded in it. We're talking about flock safety, drone operations, strategic intelligence, entertainment district cameras. This is our downtown cameras. We talked about it in the summit about a year ago when we said we're going to bring in cameras into the downtown area. I can tell you right now we're at 100%. We are now monitoring those cameras on a daily basis, especially when we have the Iturbide Entertainment District. We're monitoring those cameras on a 24/7 basis. Again, crash sensors prepare 911, which is the future of 911 technology, but together a common picture. That's what we're doing. And so going into this model, we talk about a lot about AI, right? And artificial intelligence, you know, everybody sometimes gets scared of it, and some people embrace it, some people don't want it at all. And we understand that, right? There are emerging threats with artificial intelligence that we're already also making sure that we're getting ahead of it. Why? Because we're going to end up investigating those cases as well, because we know it's coming up. We just had a suicide of a teenager. That suicide was done because of an artificial intelligence video that was put out on a post. And so who's responsible for that, right? Who's responsible to create that anxiety, that depression, and to push that teenager to commit suicide just because of a video that somebody thought it was funny? I can tell you right now that there are already tools already. We have our one sergeant and one investigator already moving the note with Secret Service, which is our main branch, to make sure that they understand this concept and that they're able to investigate this thing. So again, it amplifies officers, and there's all these things that I'm putting here. I'm going to go through it a little bit faster because I have a much more information that I'm gonna put out. Technology provides information, people make decisions, again, according to through what it does. But this is what we're doing now. It's a new scoreboard for us. Again, arrests, citations, calls for service, that's what we continue to track, but we also now report violent crimes prevented, missing persons located, stolen vehicles recovered, crime hotspots reduced, investigative leads generated, and officers hours returned via technology. It's becoming harder and harder, right, to get our officers out in the street, trained, and making sure that they go through the process. We just went through 1,000 applicants, right? And how many did we send to the academy? 14, right? And so it's becoming harder and harder because there's things that we need to go through the process, not only by what the city and the police department standards, but also by the state standards and federal standards as to who can become an officer. So again, technology is a force multiplier. Going back to the $6.5 million in grant funding secured, this is what it is, right? It is not simply a technology purchase. This is an investment in the future for public safety. Again, innovation and transparency, not one without the other. There's one thing that when we were doing all this, that it's not that we forgot, it's just that it got ahead of us. The part where we need to be transparent as to what we're doing and announcing, doing this public awareness, right? We talked about it last meeting, Councilman Rangel, when we were talking about public education on the community safety officers, right? What are they doing? What is the new law? What is the new ordinance? All these things, we need to just get better at it, and we're gonna get better at it. We're reorganizing our structure at PD to have a stronger, more aggressive way to put content out there, to make sure we're doing public education, public awareness to the community, making sure that we put out transparency portals, which, by the way, we worked on it really, really hard. And you're gonna see a QR code right now that you can scan it with your phone, and the public here can do it too. And it's gonna be our transparency portal, where even for our drones, whenever you see a drone fly over your house, and you start saying, hey, somebody watching me, you can go into this transparency portal and it'll tell you the direction and why that drone was deployed and where it was going. So that way you don't think that it was watching you, right? So it'll tell you all that, and so you can scan that QR code. So this is the vision. Laredo Police will become the national model for prevention first policing by combining intelligence, analytics, artificial intelligence, technology, transparency, and community trust to prevent crime, protect critical infrastructure, improve operational efficiency, and enhance quality of life. These are the things to remember. FLOC is one tool, Pantari is a platform, prevention first policing is a vision. This is pretty much our motto here. Corveris is about to launch next week. We're gonna get our media partners to make sure that we put this out very aggressively. Corveris, what it does is an online platform. One of the main things that our public always says, el policía se tardó como 1000 horas. Why? You know, it's because, again, we're answering other calls, we're taking care of things that, you know, we need to prioritize. Now with Corveris, you can do theft class Bs, you can do violation of court orders where the suspect is no longer there, you can do a theft of a bike, you can do a bunch of things with this new launch of Corveris, and it's an online reporting tool, which we're also going to track on specific crimes. Prepare 911. Prepare 911 has launched already. We're already again, away from the beta testing. But this is what Prepare 911 does. Prepare 911, now you call 911, it'll give us exactly where you're calling from. So let's just say there's a shots fired at Martin High School. There's a teenager that calls from within the high school and is telling us the suspect is here next to my room, this classroom. It'll tell us exactly where that call is coming from. And we'll be able to deploy our officers to that exact same location, pretty much to get ahead of what it is, right? The best thing about this, Prepare 911, whenever there is patrolmen within a certain area, the patrolmen get the 911 call live. So instead of waiting for the dispatcher to get all the information, the officer is hearing the call and he can deploy himself to that call. If somebody's asking for help, he'll know where that 911 is calling from. So minutes, seconds are of value. So they'll self-deploy. The bigger thing about this is that now, with everything we're engaged with this drone, we have negative response time. What that means is that the drone gets there within seconds now, because now the drone operators hear that 911 call as well. So the officer might be 3 minutes away, 4 minutes away. The drone gets there within seconds because they're already seeing, they self-deploy the drone, they see what's going on, and they give that officer safety net, and also to be able to make sure that if the suspect is seen, they know that police is already watching. And so we have a lot of success stories that I know I'm going to be able to show to you, but this is the best slide that I want to show to you because we've been with this about a year and a couple of months, and if you see this, this is a true success of what Laredo PD is doing. We went from 2023 to 2024, an increase in burglaries, an increase in arsons, an increase in motor vehicle theft, a robbery increase of 62%, and then you got an increase in theft, 8%. From 2024, mid-2024, which is about October, we started implementing our systems and started going into prevention first policing. We immediately started seeing a decrease, right? We went into 14%, 17% decrease in every crime. You can see it here. So we went into a 20% decrease. And year to date, I'm happy to tell you, Council, Mayor, that we're at 60% decrease in Part 1, Part 2 offenses. This is crazy. So this is a very important slide. I don't know where the John is. When we want to continue being the safest city in Texas, it's going to take technology. It's going to take an aggressive way of policing. The other thing is calls for service. Calls for service, you're talking about 2023. It went from 2023 to 2024, we went up 283,000. 2025, 266,000. That means that there's less victims. And then 2026, at the level that we're going with calls for service, we're going to be below the 2025's. So this is a cap, and this is a hat that not every city official can wear across Texas and across the country. So now you can wear it proudly. And
Thank you, Chief.
let me show you.
Yes. Let's see if you can presentation.
Can I show you one last
right.
slide there?
Go ahead.
Very important. The QR code for the transparency portal. I'm just waiting for it to load.
Yes. Let's
Oh, Council.
let's just.
I get to see, I know there's one of the stations or one of the hubs is in South Laredo, and we get to see it most of the times at night. My question to you is, does the drone go out? And the question they've asked me before, does it go out every night or to every call that they get at night, or is it just certain calls?
It's certain calls. If somebody's asking for help, it's certain calls.
Okay.
These are our success stories, Mayor, Council.
All right, there's another question here. Councilman wanted to ask.
That's okay. I'm patient.
All right, go ahead, proceed.
Success stories real quick, Mayor, Council. These are our success stories. Murder warrants, this is Flock. Our murder suspect on the third homicide for this year. Flock again, if we wouldn't have had this tool, it would have been very difficult for us to solve this murder. These were two out of town. The victim was from out of town. The suspect was from out of town. This is a very important tool. Why? Because we were able to detect and we were able to capture after what was told by the witnesses, we were able to capture and come back to our murder suspect. Regular vehicles, look at the amount of catalytic converter thefts that were stolen out of the area of United in the Shiloh area. Again, Flock gave us the witness gave us the description of the vehicle. We were able to track it down. A hit and run. Hit and runs before they were very difficult to solve. People would end up paying with their insurance and things like that. Now we're able to track down hit and runs, stolen vehicles, of course, evading arrest. This motorcycle evaded from police department 3 separate times. But we let it go because it got too dangerous. I wanted to show you the video as to how dangerous these chases get. we were able to find them later with the technology that we have. The same thing that we're doing with every other chase across the city to protect our community. And so this is I want you to pay attention to this video as to why we have our cameras and our systems in play. This is a traffic accident on 83. And you're going to see our flock camera. These are cameras. These are not the license plate readers. These are actual cameras. Can you look at how badly this family was hurt? He kept on going. He didn't stop. And so here we are. There is a trooper that immediately saw the impact and went to help the family. And you're going to see right now where he ends up hiding in the brushy area. This is where we deploy our drone. This is from the drone footage. Of course, the drone has thermal, and so we were able to detect the subject right there. And we were able to apprehend the subject because he was trying to go into Mexico.
Yes, go ahead.
I was actually, the truck right in front on that four corners, that was me. Like, turn it back. On 80, I'm coming on Chelito Lindo. Turn it back, no. I'm not saying the truck driver. Test FY. Right. I was, FY, I witnessed that crash. And I saw that person, you know, instead of following that truck, I saw the truck and saw the troopers. But instead of going and, looking for the truck, because he took off, and I saw clearly when he took off, the troopers were right behind. They were going to turn left on Chelito Lindo. And I just remember, I was about to head out, and I saw just damage everywhere. I heard kids crying, yelling, and last time I heard that he ran, that he was drinking and stuff. So thank you so much, and thanks to that technology that and then last time I heard that he ran into the brush and then they couldn't see him, and thanks to the drone that's the way they found him. So thank you so much, sir.
And again, thank you, Councilman Arangel. Again, juvenile crime, right? So as soon as there's again a big fight, arranged big fight, we deploy the drone. This is what happens, right? They start scattering, they start moving away. We stop before the officers get there, and that's what we want, right? And so this is our flock transparency portal. I want everybody to see it. This is what's already there. You can do the QR code. It'll give you that transparency portal as to what exactly we're doing, hot lists that we put out. We put out sex offenders, missing persons, protection orders, gang or suspected terrorists, and the whole Amber Alert and Senior Alert, right? One of the things that we're doing very, very closely with Flock is that we want to geofence the areas of protected individuals. And what I'm talking about protected individuals, any women or men that have protective orders against their spouses that we know they're violent, we're going to be able to geofence the area of their homes, and whenever there is between a 1 mile perimeter of where their homes is and we see the suspect going there, that it will alert us and let us know that there's a protected person there and there's a suspect already going into that little safety grid that we're going to put on them. That's an extra protection for that women or that family. So that's what we're working on right now to make sure that we implement as soon as possible. This is the Drone's First Responder portal. That's the QR code. You all can scan it. I can share it with everybody, all council and mayor, so that you can share it. And then again, the Austin, right? Austin turned them off. Manor kept them on. This is real quick on what happened with Austin. Within 24 hours, 12 separate locations. There was about 4 victims, multiple shootings. It was 200 officers, a helicopter, K-9 units. As soon as they crossed into the town of a 20,000 population that had flock, they stopped the threat.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
Chief, do you have a grants department in your division, or?
We do.
So I just want to acknowledge and thank the department for being proactive. And your rank system that you have that hold the line, when you're gone to these important conferences, we know this technology doesn't land in your hands. And I want to, if we could give a hand to your grant writers also as well, because they.
I do want to share and take the opportunity to thank all the police department's individuals that are back here. These are part of our team, our next generation team, which is share the vision of the police department and what we're trying to do. We got MIS, we got our tactical commanders, we got our drone commander, we got Lieutenant Janet Tovar, which is our auto theft executive commander. She's the one that takes care of all the grant for this and implementation. So they all do a great job as to, you know, the vision of this department and making sure we continue providing that safety to our citizens, right? And we're going to continue doing this over and over again because public safety is our mission, and we're going to continue embracing it and making sure that we move forward with it.
All right. No. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much for these efforts. I know you and I have talked a little bit about the calls that I get about the concern for personal data not being released and invasion of privacy and issues like that. And I do believe at a higher level, I think the concern is if this camera is seeing so much, can people hack into the system? And then it's not the police department that is looking with all the protocols that you have. It is outside actors who are taking advantage of this technology.
Yes.
And you assured me that there are protections in place.
Absolutely.
And this is such an integral technology. It's so wide, has such a big eye to look at the city as a whole. But I think that reassurance and continue with that message in your public education campaigns will do a lot to help combat the misinformation that somehow it's an extension of Big Brother looking and watching over us.
Yeah.
I think the reality is, and I've heard this since I started at council, when I have town halls, when I speak to small groups of neighbors, the number one concern they have across all the neighborhoods I represent, and there's a variety of socioeconomic levels, is their personal public safety. What they want for their neighborhood is a place where their kids feel safe and where their property is safe. And that's true across the board. And if we can do that with a deep respect to the personal privacy of individuals, understanding that, as you were explaining, we live in a brave new world, and there are just bad actors out there who are taking advantage of so many different factors. I appreciate you finding that balance, and I think the crime statistics speak for themselves. I would just encourage us to always make sure that we're on top of the respect for privacy and finding that balance, because it is a balance. I mean, right, if you have an iPhone, you're tracked 24/7. But the more we can do to reassure the public that we're doing everything we can to promote public safety and respecting the individual's privacy, I think that's how we move forward.
Absolutely, Councilwoman.
And you've done that, thank you.
And I think the one thing that we're, again, like I said, like it just caught up to us. There's a lot of things that this gives us, right? It gives us time to address other things. Our one major concern, right, is, you know, this cyber fraud-enabled activity that we're seeing, right? And the other one, a big one, right, is with our artificial intelligence, just to give you a little bit of visibility as to what's going on in the world right now. A bad element is going into Facebook pages for seniors. And what they do, they grab a video and they grab the voices of those either, I want to say, you know, family members from within that senior. And what they do, they lock in on them, they grab that, they use that through artificial intelligence to say that they need the help and they need money to be transferred to an account. And so what do you do as a 78-year-old lady or 70-year-old man? You go into your savings and you put that money and you transfer it. And so these victims are happening. And let me tell you this, right? Our baby boomers are lasting a lot longer. We just saw Ms. Gallegos Perez, right, 100 years old, right? And so she has all the help, but I can tell you, I just called the other day, Dr. Chamberlain to give us the demographic of Laredo, because we've been going to these deceased person calls where we see 68-year-olds, 84-year-olds, 87-year-olds that are deceased, but they were alone for a long time. And so what are we doing about that? And we saw the conditions of their homes. And if I could show you some pictures, it creates a lot of sadness in you that somebody was living like that for a long time. And so those are things that we also looking at to make sure that we provide that service, because they're being taken advantage of. We have cases where people have wired $200,000, $300,000 just because of what they're being told on the phone. And they're taking advantage of them. So those are serious things we need to make sure that we address. But there's multiple things that we are looking at, but I can tell you that we're already catching up to it. We're going to make sure that we engage it at a higher level.
Councilman, you have a question?
Yes, okay. Thank you so much. Chief, thank you for all this information. Just the video we saw just now, was that from what kind of camera caught that video?
That's a flock camera.
Okay.
But it's a flock camera, which are called condors.
Right.
The flock are the LPRs.
Yeah, because I think that's maybe where some of the confusion, correct me if I'm wrong. So if, you're saying the only thing that's detected on there is the license plates and the et cetera, but we just saw the video that, it was a normal camera view, right? So that's where I guess some of the public might say, well, okay, it's only detecting license plates, maybe going into the data system, but clearly the video is there at large. So, I mean, I want to be preventing. I just want to be able to explain when someone says, well, I just saw with my own eyes the whole video that from a flock camera, what would you say to that person, right?
Yeah, so when we're talking about flock, right? Flock is the license plate readers, also the ones with the poles. Mm-hmm. The condors are the ones that are sitting like a traffic camera. All this time, we've had traffic cameras for years.
Right, and that's the next question is about the Texas Supreme Court that came back that was against cameras for, issuing, not necessarily against the cameras, but it was against.
Red lights, yeah. No, we don't, that's not for that.
Issuing citations and tickets.
No, absolutely
like that. So that's, because a lot of this stuff gets into a gray, where the public may know one thing about that Supreme Court case, extrapolating it to the use. In this case, my understanding also is that this is all coming down as a directive from the governor.
That's absolutely,
he is, encouraging the use. Not that we just do whatever the governor says, but I wanted to hit on that money that you showed up there. $6.5 million grant money awarded over the last 3 fiscal years, right?
And we're getting additional monies awarded this year.
And that's just, more coming up. We did 383,000 fiscal year 24 and 366,000 fiscal year 25, totaling 750,000 of city match. Was that city match in police force or was that cash? And of that, because you said that wasn't all going towards just flock, right? So
yes,
that match that we had wasn't even all flock. And I'm only pressing here because I'm getting press from my constituents about this, and I want to be crystal clear with them about exactly where the money is going, just so I can explain it to them.
Absolutely, Dr. King. I think the question is great. What we've done here with this grant, right, is, like I said, we have 2 drone operators, 2 investigative support specialists. We have our drone as first responder. We have our flock technology. Again, I think that the whole salaries, if you're looking at just what the city has put in, it doesn't even cover the salaries of the personnel that we put into that technology, right? And so, I think if you really look at it, if you just want to break it down as to how much, each, I could tell you that we have about 100
and if you don't have it you can.
We can put it on
the breakdown, just so we can better explain, because just so people are aware. And I also noticed you said how you have a violent crime prevention.
I forgot one important thing.
Okay.
We have our assistant district attorney being funded through this grant as well.
Okay.
Our overtime is being funded through this grant as well.
Yeah, and I think part of it is that, you know, a lot of people would like us to have a police officer on every corner, right? We get those, hey, they're speeding here, can't have a speed bump there for various reasons. Okay, can we have more police presence there? Well, how many police officers are we short right now?
82.
Right, and so, and the idea being that, you know, it's impossible to have a police officer in every corner. And not that we want to live in a police state, in a big brother, you know, system, but if, you know, but if there is ways that we can use new technology to prevent these things, I understand, you know, your point, but can you explain to me how violent crime preventions are measured?
Yeah, so one of the things that we've seen is the decrease in robberies, homicides. So that's where we get our number as to how many of those we have prevented. Deadly conducts is another big one. That's a violent crime, right? The other big one that we say, well, it's not really a violent crime, but we see it as a possible because we did have a death during New Year's, those shots fired. Those shots fired, and I'm telling you right now, we're making a lot of advancement, also through technology, to bring justice for that death that happened on New Year's. But those things that we track, if we decrease those, that is a number that we're looking at, that we've decreased violent. Aggravated assaults is another one.
How much would it cost to train a police officer,
It costs
more or less?
more or less over $200,000, Mayor.
Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
So Chief, a couple of comments. First of all, I'd like to commend you and your department and everything you all have done so far. I think you all are the leader when it comes to technology and innovation, when it comes to police departments in the city, in the state of Texas. And for other cities to be calling over here and checking how we're doing that, reduction in crime, how far we've gone down as far as crime is concerned, I think speaks volumes for the amount of work and what you all are bringing into the city of Laredo. And I think our citizens need to see that because of everything that we're putting in, and I mean, as a city, all your tax dollars are going there because we're the safest city in Texas. To be a city our size, border town, with so much cartel activity going on across the river, a lot of it, it speaks volumes for what you're doing. And I just want everybody to know we're doing this for your safety. That is pinnacle to every single one of us sitting up here, is your safety and being sure that you all are comfortable being outside. You're okay going outside, walking in your park, or taking a hike, or jogging, cycling, whatever it may be. There are cities that are just 150 miles north of us that their citizens simply can't even do that. They can't enjoy their parks, and they're beautiful. We've got beautiful parks, and because of this department and the way it's going, and I commend all of you standing back there, because you all are doing a wonderful job, every single police officer out there. And Chief, like I say, I commend you. Thank you for doing this. I hope the public understands what's going on here. It's all for your safety. It really, really is for those reasons. I understand your concerns, but believe me, it's for your safety more than anything else, that you feel comfortable in your community, in our community, because our families need to stay safe. So I just want to say thank you so much for everything. Appreciate that.
Yes, go. Want to go first? Go.
I will go red.
All right, go ahead.
Chief, I want to thank you for your presentation today. I can tell you that there's the two sides of this, is that people were concerned about the privacy aspect of these cameras and the uncertainty and not knowing about, you know, being tracked and all that. And we can definitely, in the facial recognition part of it, I know a lot of people don't want that. And so I'm glad that you clarified a lot of these misconceptions that were surrounding this technology. And at the same time, the prevention is key. I mean, that you have been able to do more with less. I know that you've faced a lot of funding challenges over the years, and it's just incredible to see how you've been able to navigate and change the department in such a way that you're actually tracking prevention and you know, the safety of the community. And so I can say that anytime there's a vandalism or something that happens in a park, the majority of the comments that we get are, why don't you all install cameras? Where are the cameras? Where are the cameras? So it's a little surprising that people would be concerned with cameras that are also there for the same intention, right? And so I think it's great that you laid these cards out on the table and you also acknowledge the concerns that people have and the willingness to address that. But overall, I do appreciate your efforts and thank you for all your service.
And I think you're right on, right? I think prevention is key to all this. And I mean, look at Divine Mercy, right? They got a little bit out of hand. As soon as you put a camera there, everything went down, right? And so it's a prevention tool. But more than anything, right, is the fact that some individuals don't see it until they become victims themselves. I can tell you that there is a great amount of victims that have come to the police department that have told us, right, it's incredible how you were able to track this down. You know, it's incredible, so they come and they thank us for that. But I mean, I think the majority of it, right, for us is to make sure that we're transparent. Like I said, there is tools out there that it has that artificial intelligence. There's tools out there that has facial recognition. Sometimes we go to the bridge to help us with facial recognition because there are bad elements that we don't have in here identified. There's no driver license, there's no biometrics on them, so how can we identify them? So yeah, we do use that. That's what it is.
It's a little too close to home for some people.
And we manage that, but we're gonna get, again, more, our intent is to provide more information out there in making sure that we're transparent with what we're doing and everybody can track it so that we're not here again trying to explain the technology that it's already there. Right?
Councilman, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Chief. I just want to reiterate what everybody's saying up here. I couldn't be prouder of our police department. The number one job of any municipality that governs is safety first, whether it be fire or police. And I stand with you all shoulder to shoulder to try and get you everything and anything that you need to continue to do the job that you do. Having said that, I am also with the people that have concerns about the flock system. Look, with the way the world is moving right now, AI, the technology advances that we've had, there are some bad actors out there that are meaning to use this information against us. Capitalism and its face is a good thing, but there are some people that are disrupting that good thing and making it worse because of greed. And that greed comes from gathering as much information as we can from our public. And so I understand that, and I agree with that. But the question behind that is, how long do we have, or better question is, what are our guardrails when we gather that information? Do the owners of this system have availability to this information? And how long do we keep the information?
Yeah, so our contract, Councilman Garza, it states very specifically that we don't share that information other than the ones that we turn on that information. Right now is Edinburgh PD because of the certain investigation that we're doing. The Department of Public Safety, which is Texas, it's gonna be all over Texas. Flock is gonna be in every highway. I'm telling you this because I have firsthand information about this. And so with the Department of Public Safety, the reason that we share with them is because what is the number one thing that we want to prevent from happening in the city is those chases. And so right now we have already trying to implement a process where we don't have to be chasing people all across our city and putting people in danger. And so there's things that are already working on them, and you're gonna see it there when we share this. Edinburgh PD, Department of Public Safety, and I believe San Antonio PD. San Antonio PD right now gets 387 cars stolen monthly. And all of those cars are coming this way. Houston PD is another one. Over 400 cars stolen monthly. And all those cars, where are they coming? To our city, all the valley. So yeah, we do have to make sure that law enforcement purposes, we're sharing this information.
Yes, but the guardrails that I'm talking about are the developers of this product. Once they sell the product, they do not have accessibility, and then those go. If you have the federal departments that handle this, when it's getting passed so that you can sell it out to the public, there has to be some guardrails in there from the Texas Department or the Federal Transportation Department, the FBI, DOJ, and all of those that puts those stamps of approval that say you can sell this, but you cannot buy the information back from everything that you gather. And I just want to make sure that during the grant process that those things were discussed and that we were given as a city through no fault of your own or anybody in here that says the product is a great product for the safety of our public. But that in understanding that we got those monies with the intention and knowingly that the federal government or nobody has the availability of this information other than us, and we use it as we should, sharing it with other federal agencies or police agencies, and that's as far as it goes. But that it siphons back to them at any given moment is really, I think, the concern of the public out there. And I just want to reassure that that homework has already been done by the city.
Yeah, that's also, the contract is very clear. The data does not belong to them. The data only sits in those cloud servers for 30 days, and then it gets erased. Every 30 days, that data gets erased.
Okay.
And so, but I can tell you that our contract is very specific as to they cannot sell this information. You're gonna see on whether it's Facebook or Instagram or TikTok, all these things that they're being put out there. There was an instant where there was a FOIA request from the Washington DC area where they made it very clear that anything, any searches, they're gonna be open to public records, right? Any law enforcement searches were gonna be open to public records. So when our officers or our investigators from here were doing a search based on an investigation, and that investigation did tap into that area over there, yes, of course, it was gonna come out as an open records. But that's why we did away from national searches. We don't do national searches anymore.
NCA.
Because we don't want anybody to be open for that.
Yeah.
So we have those clear mandates and clear policies in our department that nobody can do that. And so again, selling the information and things like that, it's out there. And again, this is why we have to get very aggressive in putting content first, because once content is out there, people are gonna grab it and run with it and saying that is what is happening.
Okay, thank you, appreciate you, Chief.
Thank you very much, Chief. We do have a public comment on this topic.
Can we fly one of those drones in here so we can show?
Maximiliano Prado, public comments?
Thank you, appreciate it.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Max Prado. I'm here today on behalf of the Laredo Immigrant Alliance in opposition to license plate readers, including Flock, but also the Motorola license plate readers that are included in agenda item 51 today. What I have given you all are a few pages of searches performed by the Laredo Police Department of the Flock license plate reader database for the month of January. The full records we received included 5,274 individual searches done in the month of January. Some of them searches we performed have vague reasons such as other intel, other information call, other possible involvement in criminal activity, other. Some of these searches have 2 to 3 words as a reason for the search, such as a strike violation. And in one case, or in multiple cases, civil, immigration, parentheses, civil/administrative, which once again, that is not a crime. That is just a civil violation, and that is being used the flock cameras are being used for that purpose. Most, if not all, searches never state if there is probable cause for a flock search in the database, as it's not required. Some searches do not have a case number attached to it. How can we be sure the search was done for legitimate reasons? How can we know if it's not being used to track someone they know, to see where they are or where they've been? In one case, within a 2-hour period, one search license plate number was searched 4 times. 3 of those times with each with a different reason for why the search was performed. One was, it stated animal offenses, parentheses, cruelty/neglect. In another case, welfare check. And in the last case, city planning/traffic analysis. None of these 4 searches had a case number attached to it. And while I'm not accusing the police department of any officer of any wrongdoing, there should be no room for doubt if this database, a database that has records that tracks where thousands of Laredans have been, is being used for the wrong reasons. And the lack of case numbers and detailed reasons for searches creates that room for doubt. It is important to know that these flock cameras in our city can be accessed by hundreds of different law enforcement agencies throughout the state. In records that we received, there are over 24,000 pages worth of searches done by other law enforcement agencies using our city's flock camera system from the dates of just April 5th to May 5th. Who's making sure that these other agencies are not misusing our cameras? What stops the North Texas Police Department from sharing information with ICE about whether undocumented immigrants in our city, where they are, using LPD's flock cameras? What stops an officer in Central Texas from tracking an ex that is visiting family in Laredo through our city with those same flock cameras?
Mayor, 3 minutes.
No probable cause, no evidence, no detailed reason, and in some cases, no case number is needed to do these searches. License plate readers are a huge privacy risk for anyone that lives in Laredo. I urge you to please think about the privacy of Laredoans when dealing with license plate readers. I urge you to oppose agenda item 51 that would add even more license plate readers to our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
one more question. Do you have Chief Rodriguez here?
Pardon me?
Do you have Chief Rodriguez here?
Yes, I think he was here. He's over there. Did you ask him? You want to ask him?
I want to ask a question to Chief Rodriguez.
Chief, please come down. Question.
Is this?
I have comments, but I don't know if it'd be better to later.
Yes.
Okay, hold on, we'll bring you up.
Chief, you know what these are? Like the searches and all that? Have you seen them before?
Let me take a look at it.
So those guarded by public information as a request, those are only a small part. But there are over 110 pages.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, thank you. We already said your comment.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, Chief, my question to you, is just something, to be in that database, does it mean that you committed something or you done something, that something went wrong? To have all that information and that record, does it mean that you were involved in a hit or run? Or you were involved in DUI or something? Is that, that's why your name and your case number, driver license, something I don't know, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so here are just license plates, and these are our analysts, the ones that are doing the searches. And this was done through a open records request, right? We're bound by law to make sure that we provide this to the public. Again, there's nothing to hide, right? We're providing the public a summary as to what we're searching. Motor vehicle theft, yeah, welfare concern. It could be somebody that we're looking for, whether it's an Amber Alert, whether it's a welfare concern out of a child, that somebody reported it that, hey, my husband took my kid, he has no right, there's a violation of court order, things like that. It could be for that. There are several things that we put in, and we got to remember something, right? That this is just a brief as to why we're searching it. The probable cause and all that, this is a law enforcement use tool. And so when we're talking about probable cause, is to make the stop and engage you and stop you from going about your way. Okay. That is what the probable cause is for, to make sure that we provide that stop. But at the end of the day, when you're traveling through a road, a public road, we got to remember there's no expectation of privacy. That Texas tag that's on your vehicle is provided so that we can identify the person on that vehicle. So at the end of the day, when you're going into a mall, you're going into a store, you're going anywhere, what is the one thing that we see? Cameras.
Yes.
Right? And so those are things that we also need to take. We also when we do investigations, we go into those facilities and we ask for those videos that we're requesting to make sure that we're providing that investigative tool to the investigators. But I can tell you this, Liz, when you ask, when any citizen goes and does an open records request, you're gonna get this. You're gonna get this every day because we have nothing to hide. This is the work that the officers and investigators are doing day in and day out.
Okay.
And of course, whenever they call from out of town and they need an inquiry, there has to be a clear inquiry and they have to put it in the computer. Why? Because there is checks and balances in PD. You're not gonna be putting in a plate to see where, my ex-husband was going through or things like that. It is nothing to do with that. This has to be for a law enforcement purpose.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Chief, I'm sorry, what you mentioned right now, no expectation of privacy while on a public roadway. I think the majority of us know that, but is that a state law, is it case law? And whether is it federal or is it state law?
It went all the way to the Supreme Court.
Do you know what case law that is?
I can search it right now.
Okay.
But I can tell you that it is all the way to the Supreme Court.
So as soon as you apply for a driver's license in the state of Texas, you're agreeing that there is no expectation of privacy in your vehicle, correct?
Correct. Unless you're inside the vehicle, remember, inside the vehicle, there is an expectation of privacy, right?
Right.
But when you're on a public road, there's no expectation of privacy.
Right, but once, if a vehicle should get stopped, they need to ask for permission to go in there, do a search, or anything else
Of
like
course,
that. It's
you
gotta
know,
be
we go
done
through the
legally,
whole nine,
right?
we
Or
inspect
ask for a warrant from the DA's office.
Absolutely.
Yes, continue.
So, you know, as you say, driving the public, you know, public roadway, once you register, it's my common knowledge is that if you register your vehicle, the license plate is registered already in the DMV, right? To whoever the car is registered to.
Absolutely. Any other questions?
Go ahead.
So, just to be clear, who has access to our City of Laredo Police Department flock system?
So right now, it's only the analysts that are at the real-time crime center, our detectives, and supervisors. Not all the supervisors, but the majority of the supervisors have access to
And then
this.
if a different agency out, you know, Houston, Edinburgh, if they are asking for assistance, how, are we just giving them select bit of information, or are we sharing information, or like?
So for example, San Antonio, they have different policies as to who's running, but when you come into our system, it is very clear when somebody runs that search over there as to what they're searching. It's their policy that they're using, right? And I know that almost every police department has a policy in the use of this technology. And again, it cannot be used for private entities, it cannot be used for, it has to be for a law enforcement purpose only. And so when they request information from us, there is a process that they have to go through to make sure that we do that search, and then we provide that information back to them.
And if there was a bad apple, someone misuses, like, what is the crime that can be charged against, you know, someone who misuses this technology? What type of?
So for us, it's termination.
Okay, well, okay, that's internally, but would there be, you know, any legal or a crime that would be charged to the person if they?
Well, remember, it's abuse of official capacity or official oppression, right? There's laws there that if you're using a tool for a benefit, it's a violation of state law, right? And it can go either further up, because if you're searching things for a benefit or for the benefit of somebody else, it is a violation of
And
law.
if, you know, if you as chief were to find someone in your department who was misusing this technology, would you be required by law to charge them if they violated a state law?
Absolutely, depending on the circumstances, right? If they got a benefit, if they're getting paid, right? Either somebody else that they're providing the information to, and that person is getting paid, those are things that they have to meet the elements for that. Absolutely, I mean, first and foremost, they'll be terminated. These are tools that are being put into play to keep our community safe.
But I guess just in case there was a really bad actor, beyond termination, they will be charged.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Just on that question that I asked, Chief, it's U.S. Supreme Court versus Knotts. If anybody in the public wants to know about it, that's the one, KNOTTS, if you want to research it, guys. Okay. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chief. We have another public comment on this item. Tommy?
Good day, everybody. Thank you for giving me the time. Hello, Mayor. Hello. I present a unique opportunity here.
Name for the record, please.
Tommy. I might, as per the city charter, you don't have to give first or last name. I read it before. Yeah, my views on this and opinions do not reflect my current employer, past employer, or future employer. As an ex-DOJ or former DOJ technologist, I'm very familiar with this. There's a lot of things that were said, and I fully respect. I back them straight up. I mean, you know, they're doing a wonderful job. But it's not that it's for bad intentions. It's good intentions. The cameras are great. I mean, they really do help. But let me clarify some stuff. You know, I'm a security researcher. I can see the cameras. You want to know how? Go to showdan.io. I can go see your parks. I can see all kinds of stuff. We've proven it. What has Flock done? Flock is a national system. Anybody that has access to the system can access it. You don't need to call Laredo. You don't need to call. You have access to it. You don't need to be law enforcement. If you see your contract that was signed on August 14, 2024, I believe, and I had it with me, you will see that you granted access to 7,500 cameras. It's on your statement of work, signed by the city manager. A FOIA request was able to obtain that. The list of users were about 100 that I requested. I wanted to see, okay, let's find out how many users have access to it. UISD, LISD were in there, and some other users. Kind of odd that I didn't ask for that information. I got a bunch of PII information. I audit that stuff for larger 700,000 plus operating budget per year. So this is what you all got. My job is to assess. How do you assess this? Anytime this has been found, yes, police officers have been found. Flock employees were found looking into your public parks and looking into gymnasiums to look at the girls. Fact. I mean, this is fact. This is not, you know, I'm not, oh, where I left my phone? There it is. This is fact. You can look it up yourself. City of Danbury, Georgia. It's right there. Showdown will give you access to your cameras. Why? Not all cameras, the ones that are not configured correctly. A security researcher loves Flock. Why? There's certain things that, you know, the department will do to protect its citizens. I understand that. But you have to look at the risk. What are the risks to the officers?
Mayor, 3 minutes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Done?
Yeah, go ahead and finish it.
Okay. The risk to the officers is that information is out there. What you just saw a sheet, you didn't see all of it. I could see the officer's name, his background, his phone number, his email. You see how he got the job. Because it's part of it when you apply to do it. You can get it through FOIAs. I can do a FOIA in Kansas and get that information. Because it's a centralized system. I'm telling you, I'm trying to keep it with not too much technical stuff. When you said the geofencing, remember the word was used, the face? Geofencing? How are you going to see the face? You know what I mean? Now it's going to change, I bet, real quick. Like, shit, crap, we got to use something else. But it was said, you can rewind it. Misspoke? Possibly. A geofence will analyze the face. Remember, the cameras cannot tell who's good or bad. What license plates get read? Any license plate that enters the view, which means I have access to that. And I thank you guys. You guys should thank the voters for giving them access, or people. Not everyone's going to have that skill set. Not everybody is certified to do these things. But once in a while you get one that just happens to live in this community. You want to look at I just did a cyber talk in San Antonio for the cyber conference. Just came back from there Saturday. I might end up doing this in Vegas for DEF CON, how a city opened up its information on all its citizens. All I'm asking is, there's other cities, what they've done is said, no, we want to own all the data. That's going to cost you money. It's not going to be cheap. You don't own the data. You know, and there's something else coming, and you're going to see it in the contract. Security researchers use it to help police defend against it. Can we track every police? Yes, we can track every single police car. Why? Because they all have TPS. We've trained that. We've told them your TPS monitoring systems allows you to track every single vehicle in there. I've helped them before, several times. I have a lot of friends that work there. And that's why I was like, you know what? just gonna give you guys a heads up, because I'm seeing your stuff. I'm seeing your names. I'm seeing your data. It's you guys, and I understand. I'm all for, you know, safety and everything. The cameras are great. They're like really good. The next step, the next contract you're gonna get are these boxes that what security research can do. I can get close to you and read every single Bluetooth device you have. And hackers will do that when the police comes in and they scan them and everything, because they're waiting for that citation, the legal document that gives them the authority to do discovery. As soon as that happens, hackers will use OSINT. OSINT is Westlaw on steroids. So I'm just giving you information so you make a better judgment. I'm not going either or. I'm actually for the cameras. I think they're a great tool. But tell them who's auditing it, who's auditing the system now. I don't want someone from the outside telling me that, yes, this police officer, which there are records, fact, were busted for chasing their wives across state lines using the flock system. There's another thing, the security of the flock system. There is no two-factor. Remember, everybody tells you two-factor authentication. That doesn't have it. You got one shot at the password, and it's easy to get anybody's password. All right. Once I only have to pop one of the 100, and I'm in the system. How do you know where the system is? Because KGNS put it on the screen. You put the URL when you did the report, and you had the screen with a window in the back. As a security expert, when we design secure facilities, there's no windows. And I'm in for the chief. He needs the money to put them in a place where there's no windows. He needs the money. I give him the money. I'm all for that, for everything he wants. Just make sure you audit it. You have access to it internally. All right, that's my only.
Okay, thank you very much for the information.
Thank you.
Next is, did you want to say
Well,
something, Chief?
just real quick on the 7,000 cameras, Mayor. We do not have flock in recreation centers. We do not have flock on parks. The only ones that we have right now is at Divine Mercy. Wherever we see a hotspot, we do deploy that mobile camera. But we do not have cameras at recreation centers. The only thing that I can say with the 7,000 cameras, that was put on LIMT. And the reason we do say that, because we can monitor that at RTCC, but those are camera monitors that are being allowed by UISD and LISD. In case there's an emergency, Command Central Aware Motorola is our technology that immediately we can see inside the schools. Only there's an emergency, and that we're deploying the officers. And so, yeah, so geofence, again, I know that they said about face. Geofence is a geological fence. That's what it's called, geofence. And what we do, you put a fence around the area that whenever that somebody penetrates that fence, that it gives you a notification. It's got nothing to do with face recognition.
All right, thank you, Chief. Next comments on this item, Elizabeth Salazar.
My name is Elizabeth Salazar, and I want to thank the chief for that dystopian RoboCop start to his presentation.
Please just concentrate on the message.
Yes, sir. I want to say, some people want to argue that flock cameras aren't a big deal, saying that our phones already track our every move and gather our information. Last time I checked, I had to physically click on accept on terms and condition, and it was my choice. With this system, there is no such thing. To generalize everyone that with the argument, that is very invalid. Not everyone lives online. There is such thing as privacy. Don't let them fool you with them saying that it doesn't scan our faces or children's faces, much less track your every move. This is going to be a classic bait and switch. One of the companies that is partnering with Flock, Signal Trace, is already implementing a system where it will link up all our information into one, not only our social media accounts, but even any Bluetooth device that travels together. Gathering information on who we socialize with and who we travel with, linking all of us into a massive database / data center. Not to mention, this is very unconstitutional. And for those who say, if you got nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear, is absurd. You have medical history, you have financial behavior, you have political views, and location patterns. Privacy was never about hiding crimes. Would you want scammers who can easily hack into our system or anyone else to know all your personal information, making you an easy target for extortion, or for them to know that one of your loved ones has cancer or even dementia to take advantage of that? I'm not a criminal. Why are we willing to surrender our liberty in the name of safety? To quote Benjamin Franklin, those who give essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. The Constitution was put in place not to monitor the people, but the government, to stop any overreach from them. And this is a prime example. Our voices matter and should be heard. It's we the people, and we the people didn't vote on this. It was you guys, the council members. Misuse of this technology has been reported nationwide already. It's a slippery slope where we're heading to. All of our local departments are having issue with the personnel not acting professional and breaking the law themselves. People that have sworn to serve and protect this community. I'm sure they will misuse this technology for personal use, since some of them can't even behave in public nor within their own departments. It's not a matter of if, but of when. Again, this isn't an anti-police matter. This is anti-surveillance issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment on this item, Manuel Flores, the third.
Thank you. Listen, Juana. Thank you.
Both sides.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Amador Flores III. I'm here today to shed light on issues and concerns regarding flock cameras and urge the City of Laredo to terminate its contract with Flock Safety and remove all flock cameras from the city. First, I want to bring to light that Flock Safety has failed several times to secure the sensitive information they manage. In July of 2025, Flock failed to secure a storybook demonstration that revealed 5,000 lines of unprotected code. Unprotected source code, including a working admin API key, and showed how a search may track individual people over time, not just cars. In November 2025, a cybersecurity researcher found employee login information for sale on Russian hacking forums. This revelation prompted senators to ask the Federal Trade Commission to investigate Flock for failing to employ industry-standard security practices and violating federal law by failing to require multi-factor authentication to access their accounts. In December of 2025, a media outlet reported that Flock mismanaged at least 60 of its Condor model cameras, citing that they were, quote, around the country exposed to the open internet where anyone could watch them, download 30 days worth of video archive, change settings, see log files, and run diagnostics. Flock Safety is a company that prides itself on its ability to collect citizen information and utilize it to prevent crime. But when that company fails to secure its own source code, fails to secure admin-level access to its internal framework through API keys, fails to secure employee logins, fails to employ industry-standard security practices, and fails to secure their Condor model cameras that are advertised with the ability to automatically track and record people, how can we possibly trust them with owning a nationwide database of our movements? Second, Flock Safety representatives have been caught lying on record in various other city council meetings and interviews about never have been hacked, collected data being stored through end-to-end encryption, Flock cameras not taking photos of people or having the ability to recognize faces, denying the integration of artificial intelligence into the surveillance system, and collected data being owned 100% by the customer that will never be sold or stored by Flock. According to Section 4.1 of Flock Safety's Terms and Conditions, Flock has the right to license collected customer data to itself irrevocably and sell said customer data to third parties. On July 30th, 2025, Flock Safety CEO Garrett Langley claimed during a one-on-one interview with Denver 9 News that Flock Safety had no federal contracts. A couple weeks later, Denver 9 News discovered that the U.S. Border Patrol actually had access to Flock systems and database. In an attempt to save face, Flock described the data sharing agreement as one-to-one, meaning an agency would have to knowingly accept the Border Patrol's data sharing request.
Go ahead and finish up, please.
When a public records request was filed with the Boulder Police Department in Colorado, it was found that the U.S. Border Patrol was searching over 6,000 agencies, which was consistent with the number of agencies on the network at the time. This means that either every single one of those 6,000 agencies agreed to share their data with the Border Patrol, or Flock Safety was again lying on record. Third, despite Flock Safety's claims, there is no independent research proving that Flock cameras or automatic license plate readers as a whole reduce crime. Headlines and cherry-picked studies that claim otherwise are produced by the company selling ALPRs as a sales pitch to encourage police agencies to engage in business. For example, Flock Safety claims that 10% of reported crime in the US is solved using Flock technology. However, the study they cite was conducted by 2 Flock employees under the oversight of 2 academic researchers whose names appear on the paper. The independent research that does exist regarding the ability of ALPRs to reduce crime is inconclusive at best. A quote from a research article published by the Journal of Experimental Criminology reads, quote, our findings indicate that when a small number of LPR patrols are used in crime hotspots in the way we have tested them here, they do not seem to generate either a general or offense-specific deterrent effect. Another quote published by the Independent Institute reads, there is not even a moderate degree of correlation between ALPRs and stolen vehicle recoveries, let alone any apparent causality.
We have 2 other comments, so go ahead and finish up, please.
Okay. What the Laredo Police Department failed to mention is that the lack of oversight within these systems has enabled the abuse of Flock technology within police agencies. There are many documented cases where law enforcement officers have knowingly abused ALPRs to commit crimes and put others in danger. In October 2022, a former police lieutenant in Kansas was arrested and charged with stalking for using Flock ALPRs to unlawfully monitor the whereabouts of his estranged wife. In May of 2025, an officer from the Johnson County Sheriff's Office in Texas illegally tracked a woman who received an abortion in another state, where abortion is legal using Flock technology.
All right. All right, thank you very much. We'll proceed with the next citizen comment.
All right, thank you.
On this item, Rosa Maria.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rosie Maya. I am a resident of District 6, and I'm here to demand that the mayor and councilmen correct their error by terminating all relationships with Flock systems immediately. If you haven't done the research yet, I would highly implore you to do the research on the alarming risks of Flock surveillance systems. I would start off first by searching Ben Jordan on how he gained access to the Flock security systems. And I wouldn't even say hacked, because hacked would imply that he needed passwords, encryptions to gain access. No, he just straight up got access to it and kind of just like exposed the real systems, the real securities of Flock surveillance systems. You know, those systems that are there to protect us can actually give the bad guys our real-time location, our whereabouts, just by logging on. No really hard passwords needed to get access. You know, the bad guys can view our parking lots, public streets, playgrounds, and campuses in real time. I mean, this is a criminal's dream. The ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, conducted an actual study to see if surveillance cameras truly made a difference, like we're hearing some say. Well, the experts say there's extensive academic literature on the subject, studies carried out for many, many years. And that research strongly indicates that video surveillance technology has no statistical significant effects on crime rates. This is facts over feelings. These are actual tangible studies. Let's not forget that AI is moving faster than ethics when it comes to technology. So by the time that we realize that there's an issue, it's gonna be so far gone. And we've already seen many abuse cases with flock surveillance systems nationwide, to the point that some counties are just ditching flock because they know the serious security breaches and have rightfully outweighed the pros and the cons. The "I'm a good citizen and I have nothing to hide" won't work when the AI facial recognition gets it wrong, just like it didn't work for the grandmother in Tennessee that was jailed for 5 months after the AI facial recognition software made an error. Put yourself in her position. If this was your grandmother, you'd be enraged. And this isn't fiction, this is real. Or what about the North Carolina father that was exonerated after being jailed for 3 months due to false AI identification? He was at work when the AI claimed that he committed a crime. And I'm sure that he also didn't have anything to hide. The "I'm a good citizen and have nothing to hide" didn't work in front of the judge. No, that's not gonna save you. You may claim that facial recognition isn't being used right now, but how long will that exactly last? Again, I speak for a lot of Laredoians when I say we don't want flock in our cities. There's no justification for taking away individuals' freedom in the guise of public safety. When you abandon freedom to achieve security, you lose both and deserve nothing. Neither. Please Google the definition of artificial. Let's just say that is exactly what it is, artificial. I would highly implore for us to use our real intelligent brains, and I think that the Laredo Police Department is doing a great job without flock.
Mayor, 3 minutes.
And I just want to say, real quick, just to wrap it up, that I'm not against the Laredo Police Department at all. I think they're doing a brilliant job. However, I am against the flock surveillance systems, and I would highly implore for you guys to correct this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On the same item, we have Karen Munoz.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Karen Munoz. I live in District 8, and I'm a policy attorney with the Immigrant Legal Resource Center. I'm here also to speak against automated license plate readers. I thought that the chief's presentation would be more centered on flock, but I guess maybe the reason that he didn't center flock in the presentation that said it would be about flock is because they're so controversial, as you've heard tonight. I was involved in the fights against flock in Hays County, Texas, where people from all over the political spectrum joined us. I have handed you, Mario's handed you a Texas Observer article titled "Why My Texas Town Took Action Against Flock Cameras." That article is written by a sitting San Marcos City Council member, and the byline reads, quote, "In the age of mass surveillance, local leaders like me, local leaders like you, must defend due process and protect our communities," end quote. In San Marcos, electeds voted against renewal of their flock contract. In Hays County, the county canceled theirs. And even in small town conservative Lockhart, they had the sense to reject the rollout of their cameras. There are things that you can do to stop these cameras. Here in Laredo, you can't drive 5 miles without seeing a flock camera. They become so normalized that it's often hard to notice them if you aren't looking. But it's these innocuous looking cameras and the fact that they've been so normalized that has led to such increased immigration enforcement around the country. People often say, "I'm glad we aren't like Minnesota, and I'm glad ICE isn't in our streets abducting people," but the truth is that they are. And our longstanding collaboration with federal agencies, all that grant money we get, along with the proliferation of surveillance technologies along the border especially, is how people are abducted in our communities. We don't need people to be abducted on our streets in a public way when a traffic infraction followed by a flock camera search can end in a deportation. The reality is that we don't know how the data that flock collects, our data, is used. This is true all over the country, but it's especially true here on the border, given the sheer amount of collaboration, again, that our city has with both state and federal law enforcement agencies. A license plate captured here in Laredo can be shared with as many as 828 different flock networks. In fact, the records that we've received through open records requests show that at least one search with the reason listed as, quote, "other BP intel," went to 828 flock networks. In December 25 and January 26, over 240 searches went out to 800 plus networks. Through these same records, we know, as you've now seen, that LPD is running searches on license plates listing the reasons such as, quote, "immigration, parentheses, civil/administrative." We also know that LPD is running searches titled "immigration, parentheses, criminal." So while the chief may say that LPD doesn't engage in immigration enforcement, that simply can't be true. Sharing data that can lead to an immigrant's detention is engaging in immigration enforcement. Looking up license plates on behalf of immigration authorities is engaging in immigration enforcement. One important note when thinking about why LPD might list civil administrative immigration versus criminal, well, that's because immigration is a civil matter, and ICE warrants are known as administrative warrants. They're not criminal warrants. And they're not judicial. Criminal warrants are reviewed by a neutral judge as required by the Constitution, and that does not happen with administrative warrants. I'm almost done. With the little time I have left, I hope that this short speech provides just a primer of why these technologies and all the others that you've seen are so concerning. The problem is much bigger than just Flock, as Chief showed you, and we call on you to ask critical questions while you make these deliberations, and ask yourself whether these cameras are actually preventing crimes, and if these cameras are worth giving up so many civil liberties. Thank you.
Thank you. On this same topic, we have Tommy. You're ready. Okay, that's a duplicate. Okay. No more comments on this.
And just, Mayor, for the public to be aware, this was listed as a discussion, a communications item, but, so there's no action allowed
No action.
tonight. But,
To communications.
this will not be the last, I'm sure, that we discuss.
Okay, we'll proceed with presentation by Ms. Laredo, USA 2026, competing to represent the city of Laredo and Miss Texas, USA.
Mayor, we had citizen comments, and there were some citizens who still would like to comment. There are some who really can't drive at night. Could we allow for citizen comments to continue?
Do we have them signed up?
Yes, they're signed up.
They're on items.
Well, they referred to an item, but they're not, they didn't want to wait for the item. They wanted to bring it up during general comments, and I believe they explained that in
I
the
don't have that here. Okay.
You just read the item we were on right now.
Yes, we're going to proceed with this, and then we'll go to the other one.
Appreciate that, thank you.
All right. Presentation by Ms. Laredo, USA 2026, competing to represent the city of Laredo at Miss Texas, USA. Come on down, please.
Hello, good evening,
Hello.
Mayor Dr. Trevino, as well as members of City Council and everyone who's here in attendance today. First and foremost, thank you so much for this opportunity to share a little bit about who I am and the work that I've dedicated myself to serving my community. My name is Anissa Mendes, and I'm proud to say that Laredo, Texas is home. Growing up, I always believed that if given opportunities, it was a responsibility of mine to give back. And whether that was through my academics, athletics, volunteerism, or community service, I've always taken it as my goal to represent my city with pride and create opportunities for others. One of my proudest accomplishments is my Girls BU company. It started at 16 initially as an initiative, and throughout the past 8 years, it's grown into something much greater. It is a leadership and developmental company that I created with our sole purpose of helping young women find their voice, discover their potential, and overall develop a skill set that they can utilize not only in pursuing their goals, but being able to actually achieve them and become future leaders. And so, throughout the 8 years as CEO, most of our rewarding moments have never been defined by numbers. It's by hearing young women share with me that they went from being too shy to speak up in class to then becoming student council president. I recently actually had mentored this young woman who ended up becoming National Honor Society president for United High School. Daniela Escorza, I'm very proud of her. And overall, you know, whether it's team captain or landing their dream job, seeing that transformation and them being able to really step into their confident and most equipped self is exactly why I continue my work every single day. In addition to my work with Girls BU, for the past decade, I've also been working alongside the Texas Diaper Bank, a nonprofit dedicated to serving families all throughout the state of Texas, whether it's through providing essential needs to their door, whether that's diapers for their babies, incontinence supplies for elderly, as well as menstrual products for females. I was also part of a team that represented the Texas Coalition of Diaper Banks, and I did get the opportunity to lobby at our state capitol for legislation. It was House Bill 199 and Senate Bill 340 to repeal sales tax on diaper products for families in Texas, and I'm very proud to say that they both successfully passed, and that was a huge accomplishment for all families that we serve. And every single day working with them, it just continuously reinforces my belief that meaningful change always begins through service. Today, I'm also honored to share that I'm competing in the Miss USA Open Call. The reason why this is a really important opportunity is because not only am I fighting for the opportunity to represent my state of Texas, but more importantly, my city of Laredo on the Miss USA stage. And we've never had a Miss USA from Laredo, so God willing, I will be able to make that accomplishment a reality for Laredo. I feel it's something that is long overdue and very well deserved, and I would be honored to represent my city in that capacity. And so it's been a pleasure being able to rally a great amount of city support. You know, Mayor Dr. Trevino, as well as his wonderful wife and his son, and everyone else who's been a part of, you know, the team that has either provided votes. There are a few rounds of public voting, so rallying city support or even spreading it word of mouth as well to get support has been very meaningful to me. And if anyone would be interested in supporting, you can find my Instagram on it's Anissa.Mendez, ANISSA, and then Mendez, MENDEZ. I have my link listed all throughout my page, or even through Miss Laredo Pageant Productions. My directors, Roel and Saul Gonzalez, have been incredible and also helping rally support. And God willing, if I make it past this next round, I would hopefully then be selected to represent our city on the Miss USA stage. And so overall, I just want to say thank you so much for this opportunity to share this information. And if there's anything I could ever do to serve our community, I would always love to be kept in mind. It's something that's very important to me and will forever be important to me till the end of time. And so definitely keep me in mind, and thank you once again for this opportunity, and may you have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry. And if anyone had any questions, I'd be more than happy to address them. Just wanted to put that out there as well.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And we're here to support our credible individuals here in our community, and thank you for those words that you said.
Thank you. Yeah, do you mind taking a picture with us up here, please?
Yes,
You
go
don't
ahead.
mind?
I didn't know if you wait till the end.
Yeah. No, you'll be here till 11 o'clock. You won't do that. She come up here, yeah. Or right, yeah, where?
Está muy solita.
Sí, sí, sí.
Sí, ya.
Sí, ¿verdad? Yeah, it was the best. Sí, sí.
Wait, did they recognize that I was here? Mario, did they recognize that I was here?
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you.
Mayor, just for the record, just to recognize that Councilman Garza.
Nice to meet you. I've known your dad for a long time.
Yes, he
I've
mentioned.
been through a long, long time.
Yes, I think
Your uncle.
mom should, right?
I was.
Yes,
Yes,
you
yeah.
probably
With
know
your
my
uncle Ray.
uncles.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. Ray,
Hi,
Ray.
nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. And thank you all for everything you do for the city.
No, thank you.
Ready? Right here first. Ready, 1, 2. Go ahead.
One more.
Here we go. 3, 2. Quick test shot. That is good.
That's you for
Awesome. Yeah, that one right there, right? Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you again.
Okay.
Thank you
Pleasure
so
to
much
meet
for
you.
having me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, did we recognize Councilman Garza? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Continuation on the communications. Presentation on the city's Laredo participation in the Harvard Bloomberg Leadership Program.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I do believe you said that we would go back to citizen comments because we have some people who.
Yes, they're going to come up and die.
The sun is going down and there's one who requested.
Thank you for the
on
information.
On the card actually, to speak during general public
Thank you
comments.
for that information. I want to share, as an alumni of the Mayoral Leadership Program, I get the opportunity to enter in the city's incredible programs that are free of charge to the city, that provide education and skill building that enhance their abilities in their respective topic areas. The most recent program involved negotiation skills, and with the recommendation of the city manager, I applied for the program and the candidates were accepted. I would like them to come up here to the podium to share with the community their experiences, how it was like, and what they brought back to the city. This is something important for the city of Laredo. So do we have the participants come up here?
I think Mr. Chavez was left over there.
Hi, I'm Mayor, Council, Zone Win, City Attorney, along with Frank Mata, the Finance Director, and Ramon Chavez, our Assistant City Manager. Three of us, we attended. It was a great experience. It's chock full of information. It created a lot more depth and dimension to negotiations, and we're going to apply that to everything we do, as well as the CBA negotiations that we're undergoing right now. So we were actually, we had to interview for the privilege of being one of the 24 cities, and we were the only Texas city to be selected, but we were there with a city in Alaska, for Colombia, Argentina, 2 in Norway, Italy, Poland. So it was a great experience to get best practices from all over the world, and just know that we're not alone in our municipal challenges. So it was a great experience. It was chock full that week, and we're still recovering, to be honest.
I don't have anything to add, but thank you for the opportunity. It's, we're honored to have represented the city of Laredo. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, thank you for participation to represent our city of Laredo and learn much more things that we need to learn.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let me ask you something, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Was the broken leg part of the educational process? Or?
It was. You have to do it all in one line.
All right, good.
All right, thank you. We'll proceed with an update on outreach efforts regarding proposed international bridge toll increases. Last week, along with Mayor Pro Tem Gilbert Gonzalez and Vanessa Perez, Councilwoman, met with several industry leaders and the customers on our bridge system regarding the proposed bridge toll increases. At the meeting, management along with our bridge director were present and heard firsthand the concerns that were raised and discussed in full length. The meetings were candid, productive, and focused on the future of Laredo and our role to our nation's largest inland port, which is here. Several important understandings emerged from those conversations, and there are concerns that I share as mayor. First, there is considerable uncertainty surrounding the future of North American trade industry representatives, and they expressed concern regarding signals from the Trump administration that they may not be an automatic renewal of the USMCA agreement without significant negotiation involving border security, immigration, water obligations, and trade policy. For a community whose economy is deeply connected to the international commerce, these developments cannot be ignored. And second, we discussed the current immigration enforcement environment and its potential impacts on cross-border trade. Particular attention was given to drivers operating under B-1 visas, commonly referred throughout the industry as B-1 drivers. These drivers are critical and important component to international trade on the ecosystem of the U.S.-Mexico border. And city staff provided a more detailed understanding of the infrastructure needed facing our bridge system. We reviewed the approximately $240 million required to expand the World Trade Bridge and Columbia Solidarity Bridge, projects that are intended to ensure Laredo remains competitive and capable of handling future trade growth. Now, these discussions also generated constructive ideas. Several participants suggested that the city consider alternatives, including a lower toll increase spread over a longer period of time, and those suggestions deserve careful consideration as we continue evaluating the best path forward. What we became clear on is that these meetings, that there's a broad agreement on one fundamental point. We must continue investing in our international bridge infrastructure. The discussion is not about whether improvements are needed. This discussion is about timing, affordability, and how to move best forward during a period of uncertainty. And as mayor, I believe that it is our responsibility to listen carefully to all stakeholders We must balance the need to maintain and expand critical infrastructure with the realities facing our trade community. That means listening, that means planning, and that means making informed decisions that will serve our community, not just today, but for decades to come. And that with that being said, let's bring up the item and Mr. Neb to do his presentation. Mr. Neb?
Mr. Mayor, that's item 33.
All right, let's go to item number 33.
Motion to bring that item up with this item, Mayor?
Motion, second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Today's presentation is on the second reading of the proposed bridge toll rate ordinance. Since the first reading, staff has continued evaluating the financial assumptions supporting the proposal while meeting with members of the international trade community, the Port of Entry Advisory Committee, and individual members of the City Council. Working with the City Attorney's Office, we have also incorporated several administrative clarifications into the ordinance that strengthen its long-term administration without changing its overall purpose or direction. Today, we are presenting what staff believes is a balanced recommendation that maintains the financial sustainability of the bridge system while responding to many of the concerns raised throughout this process. Today's presentation has 5 objectives. First, explain the refinements made since the first reading. Second, review the updated implementation schedule. Third, discuss the financial assumptions supporting those refinements. Fourth, review the administrative clarifications incorporated into the ordinance. And then finally, present the staff's recommendation for adoption. Before discussing today's recommendation, I wanted to share with you the importance to remember why this discussion began and why we're here today. Commercial toll rates have not been comprehensively adjusted since 2017. Non-commercial rates have remained unchanged since 2013. During that same period, inflation, labor costs, maintenance expenses, technology investments, public safety, debt service, insurance, and construction costs have all increased substantially. While the city delayed toll adjustments in an effort to minimize its impacts on our bridge users, the purchasing power of our bridge system revenues has steadily declined. The bridge toll rate study confirmed that action is necessary if we intend to maintain a financially sustainable bridge system. Since the first reading, staff revisited several planning assumptions to determine whether the implementation schedule could be refined while continuing to meet the financial needs of the bridge system. The most significant change was reducing the implementation schedule from a 5-year proposal to a 3-year proposal. Rather than attempting to establish toll rates based upon long-range projections, staff focused this recommendation on the bridge system's current and reasonably foreseeable financial needs. Future capital projects should be evaluated as they mature rather than relying on assumptions made several years in advance. This provides future city councils greater flexibility while still allowing the bridge system to remain financially sustainable. Staff was able to moderate the proposal through 3 primary planning assumptions. First, we adjusted the anticipated schedule for the World Trade Bridge expansion by approximately 6 months. Rather than beginning construction immediately, the revised financial plan assumes bids will be advertised in January, with construction beginning approximately 6 months later. This provides additional financial flexibility while keeping the project on track. Second, staff accepted a longer recovery period for the bridge system's reserves and capital improvement fund. Rather than restoring those balances over approximately 5 years, the revised financial plan extends that recovery to approximately 8 to 10 years. This allows us to moderate the proposed toll adjustments while continuing to meet the bridge system's operational, maintenance, debt service, and current capital obligations. Finally, our financial analysis remains intentionally conservative. The proposal does not assume future growth in bridge crossings or commercial activity. While staff expects continued growth in international trade, those future revenues were not included in developing our initial assumptions. Within this recommendation, we are saying, let's give this chance to see if that future growth will actually help offset the need for future increases. And so we placed that into these projections. I do want to address why percentages don't equal toll rates. Our financial analysis begins with looking at percentage basis. The challenge we have is, though, that once you've determined where you want to kind of be with that, bridge tolls cannot practically be implemented using exact percentage calculations. And that means, and what I'm trying to say here is that toll rates must be established at practical 25-cent increments so that there is the cash handling that happens at the bridge. If we just use the percentage base, you could end up with a toll rate of $10.81. And so that makes it very difficult for our users to use the bridge. So that's why we start with the percentage base, but then you have to round up to that closest 25-cent range in order to make it so that the cash handling is there. So consequently, the financial analysis established the funding requirement, and then we convert it over to the toll schedule for that. I know that there was a conversation within the industry about trying to keep it to percentages, and we kept it very close to those percentages, Mayor, that was discussed, but we had to adjust accordingly for that. And that's why the final percentages may vary slightly from the original financial model while still accomplishing the same financial obligations. Following the additional financial analysis and continued discussions with the members of the international trade community, the Port of Entry Advisory Committee, and the individual members of the City Council, staff further refined the proposed implementation schedule. You can see that here under the recommendation before you today. The phased implementation begins on January 1, 2027. We've removed the September 26 portion, and we started on January 2027. It provides additional time for the bridge users while continuing to maintain the long-term sustainability of the bridge system. Staff was able to make this adjustment by extending the reserve recovery period, adjusting the anticipated timing of the World Trade Bridge expansion, and continuing to use conservative revenue projections that do not assume those bridge crossings. Staff also reduced the implementation schedule from 5 years to 3 years. We tighten that up, and then we implement the CPIW in the 4th year and beyond at 4%. And it's the CPIW or 4% COLA, whichever is greater in each one of those years. Following the completion of that, once the CPIs are in place, this approach provides greater predictability, avoids another prolonged period without a comprehensive rate review, and establishes a framework for measured future adjustments. I want to go into the administrative clarifications because I think this is the thing that sets our ordinance apart from every other rate ordinance out there. Working with the City Attorney's Office, staff incorporated several administrative clarifications into the ordinance presented at first reading. I think it needed to be in writing and it needed to be placed in the ordinance in order to show the seriousness of what each one of these mean. These clarifications do not change the ordinance's purpose or the proposed rate schedule. Instead, they strengthen the long-term governance of the bridge system by establishing policies for financial stewardship, the administrative rounding, the annual inflationary adjustments, the pilot programs, the annual bridge system performance report, extraordinary economic conditions, and the 5-year bridge toll rate studies.
Mr. Knapp, really quick question, Mayor. Yeah. For the small trucking business industries, assuming it's greater, can you just explain what the CPI is?
Yes, sir. It's the Consumer Price Index. And so every year when the federal government puts out for Social Security or anything, they do an inflationary rate. But the Consumer Price Index, and we utilize the CPIW, which has very similar characteristics to what the trucking industry has. And so the CPI, it'll establish that the cost of goods has changed from one year to the next. And so you'll see a CPIW of a certain percentage every year. It does convert over to a certain level of the inflation rate. That's where you'll see the CPIW kind of works across that. But it's the Consumer Price Index, which means that the cost of goods have changed from this price to this price. And then they convert it over into an inflationary side for those of us that are users, because we'll see an inflationary increase within there. And so as you see how they work that, that's what it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the first one in here, this is a significant clarification because the financial stewardship policy, this ordinance recognizes that the city's first obligation is maintaining and preserving the infrastructure the citizens of Laredo already own. And it covers operations, maintenance, public safety, technology, debt service, reserve requirements, and these responsibilities come before the future expansion. We have to make sure that our bridge remains solvent and operational. It is a very important asset to the city. Expansion remains important, but it should never compromise the operational integrity or financial sustainability of the existing bridge system. The annual bridge system performance report, we do a performance report on an annual basis on almost every one of our departments, but what I'm saying here within the ordinance now is that we want to look at it in more depth, more comprehensive look into this. We want to look at the financial condition. We want to look at the operational performance. We want to talk about the trade trends and the competitiveness and the long-term sustainability of ours. We believe that these metrics will allow for future councils to evaluate the overall health and performance of the bridge system using current information rather than just the assumptions. We've talked a little bit about this in the mayor's statements as well too, the extraordinary economic conditions that face the industry and face our bridges. So another recommendation that we received throughout the entire process was ensuring flexibility if the economic conditions change. Rather than creating automatic triggers or mandatory thresholds, the ordinance establishes an objective review process. The annual bridge system performance report provides the financial, operational, and economic information that council may consider when evaluating future scheduled adjustments. If tariffs, changes to the USMCA, border operations, supply chain disruptions, or other extraordinary events materially affect international trade, the council retains the authority to postpone, suspend, or modify future scheduled adjustments. You have that ability within there. What we're establishing within this ordinance is that we will have a conversation about this at least every year, if not more. I would hope that the Port of Entry takes this on as a regular basis as well too, to keep looking at that. And I think the industry does a pretty good job of that. They tell us exactly what's happening for them. But the ordinance establishes the metrics through an annual review process, not necessarily automatic mandates, because we want to be able to move fluidly through all of this as we're walking through it. What we heard throughout the process, staff carefully considered the comments received from the International Trade Committee and everybody, the members of City Council. While not every recommendation could be incorporated, many of those conversations strengthened the final ordinance as presented. Staff delayed implementation until January 27. We reduced the implementation schedule from 5 years to 3 years. We added the annual performance reporting. We added flexibility for the extraordinary economic conditions, added operational pilot programs. And Mayor, this goes into the incentive based about having trucks cross at a different time of day rather than at the time when it compacts on the bridge. We've added that in there to have those pilot programs within that. And then also we added the periodic bridge toll rate studies. I'm recommending that no more than 5 years go by before we actually implement another study in order to determine what's out there. So So Mayor and City Council, today's recommendation is much more than adjusting the toll rates. It's about restoring the financial sustainability of the bridge system after nearly a decade without a comprehensive rate review. It's about protecting the substantial public investment the citizens of Laredo have already made in their international bridge infrastructure. And it is about establishing a governance framework that promotes financial stewardship, continuous monitoring, transparency, accountability, and informed decision-making. Staff believes this proposal represents a balanced approach that fulfills our responsibility to maintain a financially sustainable bridge system while incorporating many of the constructive recommendations received throughout the process. For those reasons, staff respectfully recommends adoption of the ordinance as presented. Mayor, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have, or we can continue the conversation.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Neb, you know that we have had extensive discussions on the bridge toll increase. I think you provided this council with information about what we see in our neighboring ports of entry, how we are competitive compared to what their operations are. It sounds as if you've met with industry several times, not only at the port of entry, but also in this other venue that was a little bit more private. And that you've done your homework, right? Not only is this based on what the infrastructure needs are, but as you said here, because our ordinance demands that we protect our existing structure, that operations, maintenance, and infrastructure to our current bridge system has not been compromised by any of these proposals. And that first and foremost, we will preserve this city business as it is, and then look for expansion as we plan for the future. And I think this city has heard from the public that planning for the future is perhaps what wasn't always brought to the table, but this seems to be very much understanding that what our historic economic conditions have seen, which is increases every year in our bridge traffic, excepting a little dip because of the COVID, but very small. And what we see now, even with this, the economic conditions as they are today, we are forecasting economic growth. So because this proposal has all of that planning embedded in it in a very financially responsible way, I will move that we adopt this schedule as proposed.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mayor, is that approving number 33 on the final reading? Is that what we're approving?
Yes, as their, per their
That's the
recommendation.
I'll second that.
All right, there's a motion.
There's gonna be discussion.
And discussion is
Motion for
fine.
discussion. Go ahead. Who was first?
I just had a quick question, Mr. Neb. So when you say this 5-year study, so the answer goes to the record, is this study gonna be the same core and method as the future studies as in this past study? Just don't wanna blindside the industry and saying, well, that study said this, now we're gonna study on other stuff.
Yeah, and Mayor and council member, we can adjust how the study is done and what is the most important pieces within there, because we could go out and just do a comparable study and just check the market. And what this study did is that it went into a lot greater detail for that, because we hadn't done one for such a length of time. We wanted to make sure that we were looking at all the scenarios, all the pieces in there. But almost every study out there, you're going to want to look at your comparables. You're going to want to look at the health of the financial end of that and look through that. So I will leave it open to say we have room to build out the scope of this study. We have the ability to go with an outside vendor in order to look at it from an outside view altogether. I think that the data all comes from us anyway, but we can do this in that cycle, and I would hope that the Port of Entry Committee would help establish what we would want to look at for that purpose. I don't think the next one has to be as in depth of where we were looking at the number of vehicles. We were looking at a lot of different pieces. Some of that information would be good, but I think that I would recommend just keeping it kind of fluid, but established through conversation with the Port of Entry Committee, as well as what the City Council involvement is in building that scope.
Councilman, did you have a comment?
this because when we originally brought this as an intro ordinance, we discussed a different rate. So now we're on the final reading with a different rate. And I just think that kind of defeats the purpose of providing the introductory notice to the public as far as like what our intention was. And then Councilman King noticed that the attachment for the details on the item is not there for the public to see the supporting documentation regarding the item. And so it's just a little bit, it just seems a little bit out of procedural for us to adopt at final reading. Final reading is supposed to be final reading of the original as introduced. And now we're doing final reading of a new ordinance. So I think the more appropriate procedural way to handle this is for us to give the intro ordinance with the new recommended amounts so that they have that first reading at that rate and then get through that phase and then do final reading for that. Because here we're approving an item that is very different from the original. And I do appreciate the modification. I do think this is more in line with what the industry is okay with. So I think we've made headway as far as going from a 30% in the first year and high, 58% over 5 years to a more easily digestible increase. I'm just concerned with whether, and I know Zone's probably gonna say we can legally do it, but it's not whether we can do it, it's whether we should be doing it. And then usually we hear public comments, and so I see that there's some people that want to make comments. So I know there is a motion on the floor, but I would encourage us to hear the public comments before we actually take the final vote.
And Mayor, if I could address that, yes, we did have a long conversation with legal about this and got the legal opinion as to where we were at with that. I would like him to share that, even though you expected what it was, yeah. And then I do agree with you, though, that I think the comments before the vote would be appropriate. It's okay to have the motion set on there. We've done that before as well, too, so.
Mayor, and just a question,
Go ahead.
for, I noticed of the, all the items on the agenda, it's the only one that doesn't have a hyperlink online to be able to see what the ordinance actually reads. So that's also a concern. It also, uses the original language of going through 2031, which this one now goes through 2029 under a 3-year. So I understand that the agenda was posted probably before you had a new proposal, but is there not a way to add an amendment or because we got over the weekend an email with this new potential proposal, but for the public, they had no idea what they were walking into today. So that's what's our remedy for that?
If I may,
Can he just answer the question?
Go ahead.
if I may, we proceeded forward with the same intro, and from the review, I saw that we're dealing with the clarifications, refinements, adjusting of the timing. So therefore, we don't need to restart, considering if after discussions, you might refine it again. So as far as Toma's concerned, we want the general public to be informed of the nature of the item so they can come and participate, and I believe we have plenty of participation today.
But out of the 78 agenda items, including final ordinances, it's the only one that doesn't have a hyperlink to the ordinance. So why was that decision made? That seems like it was an intentional decision.
Well, again, if I may, the link, it's the same as the previous reading. It's being refined, and this is an item that I believe would be further refined through your discussion. So the general Toma notice is met as far as what the item is going to be about, the bridge toll proposed increases, and what it may ensue would be a matter of what you all decide.
All right.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest we bring public comment first.
Public comments, let's get a
And then
public comment.
I'd like to proceed with other questions in there.
Armando Dominguez. Arturo, sorry. Apologize.
I'll be for the record, Arturo Dominguez. We have to keep World Trade Bridge competitive. That's the main word. We know that's our bread and butter. I mean, I don't think World Trade Bridge should subsidize Colombia. I mean, one's 48 million, the other one's 136 million. I think each bridge should pay for each expansions or whatever conditions it's at. I think that's the fair thing to do. I mean, honestly, that's people that didn't go to those meetings that said, I think that is fair to do. I mean, if you're gonna increase 20 cents on the world trade and maybe $1.25 on Colombia, because that's the way it is. I mean, we don't know who requested the expansion on Colombia. It doesn't have the facilities for an expansion. And honestly, it should be on hold if that's the case, if we don't have the money to expand. But please consider that, because world trade, we have to keep it competitive. That's reality. And that's
Mayor,
my
if I
2
may.
cents.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Dominguez. He serves on the Port of Entry Advisory Committee as representative for District 7, and he lives in District 7. I did want to ask you, are you comfortable with the rates that are presented here, 50-cent increase and 25% increase? I mean, this is a significant drop from what was originally proposed, and it considering the fact that we have not raised tolls in over a decade, is this a fair amount? I mean, 50 cents per axle and 25 cents. To me, I think this is a good compromise. What do you think?
I think it should be fair.
Is this fair?
I'm just saying you have to put numbers, exactly how much do you need for the 48 million and how much you need to increase Colombia for the $136 million, which is very different amounts of expansion.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
And I understand and appreciate that perspective as far as looking at covering the cost of expansion, but you and I very well know that improving the port and improving the expansion of the bridges, if we do not also amplify the infrastructure in the port, which we know that we have to provide matching funds, you know, for those federal monies, and working with MPO, we have to have also some of our local monies into this infrastructure. We're looking at $1 billion phase 1 for the elevated Mines Road project that's coming. This increase doesn't necessarily have to cover only the expansion. It would also allow us to have monies to be able to improve the port overall. We have $5 million in the budget for timing of the lights, as we've been talking about for a long time. We've always relied on TxDOT for those types of things, and here we are as a city. You know, a lot of people think that we get federal monies for these things, and we don't. And so we're having to put this money. But you and I know very well that the timing of the lights on Mines Road is going to help significantly for moving the traffic. So, considering the fact that we're not just looking at the cost for the expansion, and having additional monies for those types of projects, would you say that a 50-cent increase would be fair for us to accumulate revenues for those types of initiatives?
We just saw this for the first time.
Right.
But whatever is for both bridges, you consider that in their cost. I'm just saying it's the majority. Those expansions is the majority of the 240 or $244 million. I'm just saying, just be fair. That's all we're asking, be fair. I mean, it's never a good time, but we have to do it, and we have to stay competitive. That's, I'm not complaining, it's just an idea that I've never heard, and some of my colleagues said, well, it should be fair, that's it. Thank you.
One of the things before we go.
Yes, sir.
Both bridges are intertwined. When one bridge goes down, we use the other one to supplement it. We've had those situations where we have a backlog of traffic when one bridge goes down on either on the Mexican side or the U.S. side. Usually it's on the Mexican side. But we have to keep the importance of both bridges being important, because when that happens, one bridge supplies the other one.
As an alternative, it is good, but it only has the capacity like for 4,500 trucks a day. So it doesn't meet the whole requirement of both bridges. But then again, that's the closest. I think it's a good idea also to speak to the port director to see what we need to do to expand the inside or the import lot of our Columbia Bridge.
Right.
Because it is necessary. Thank you so much.
Right,
Do
thank
you have
you.
any questions?
No, well, I'll let the presentations go through before.
Okay, Mr.
Because you might answer some of the
Ceballos.
questions, sir.
Jose Ceballos, so what are you, respectfully, what are you all approving tonight? Because we haven't seen this. What is, so procedurally, I think, and I agree with you, and it's not that we're, or at least I personally, I'm not trying to delay a decision. I think I've tried to be helpful. This is like my 5th meeting. I've said that a couple of times back, but we keep coming to meetings without, where's the ordinance? How much are you leveraging? Can anybody answer that? How much are we leveraging with this change from the last meeting? Those are the questions that I think need to be answered. So for me, we were trying to leverage 240 million, right? Are we?
Not necessarily. It's
Well, those are the questions that I have. I haven't seen what's being proposed.
well. I think what we're talking about is just, Mayor, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
just raising the tolls to keep up. To cover the increased costs, and I understand the argument for the growth and everything, and I understand that right now might not be a good time because of all the political circumstances at the federal level. But we do have costs that we need to cover, and we do have trying to be proactive here. I understand Columbia doesn't need an expansion right now, but as we've seen, the delayed costs as far as inflation are a lot more expensive. It's cheaper to do it now than it is to do it if we're gonna eventually need it. And, so I think that's what we're talking about here on this chart.
So as a procedure, when we click on that link to see what the ordinance or what the projection was, right? The workshop we had before this, we went through the exercise of learning about what would get funded construction-wise. What's being funded with this revision? Those are my questions. What's included? Because for me, World Trade Bridge is way behind schedule on the expansion, right? So, and I agree, we don't want to get that way behind with Columbia Bridge, but it's at a time where we're trying to raise capital to get everything done with probably the most uncertainty that we've had in a long time related to overall trade and the market. So,
Mayor, do we have, just for management, do we have, some clarification, some numbers? Do we have them, like, right now to show?
Mr. Hinojosa might give us an insight on that. Mr. Hinojosa, are you there?
Oh, Mayor, if I may, I'm just,
Yeah.
what they're trying to figure out is where that money's, to break down the money that they're gonna use.
So,
For the
yeah,
city.
we can bring up any of the experts as well too, Mayor, if necessary. $236 million worth of capital was listed in the study for that. That included the World Trade Bridge, which the World Trade Bridge, we were hopeful that it would start construction in January of 27. I'm recommending within this proposal to start it in June or July of 27 rather than January. The Columbia Bridge is set later because the World Trade Bridge is to complete by 2028. The Columbia Bridge is to complete by 2029, or 2030. And so we're utilizing the 5-year presidential permit in a very, very concise process. Along with that, there is a toll software system upgrade that needs to be done within all 4 of the bridges. And so that's what this is doing. By removing the September 26th, 25-cent start of that increase, that's why we're nudging everything just a little bit. But all of the capital can be done. I will tell you, though, because we walked through this analysis as well, too, without a rate increase, we cannot do any of that capital. In 3 years, if we were to try to do all that capital without doing any rate increase, we would be negative in our fund balances within the 3rd year. All of our reserves will be gone and there. So just want to make sure I laid that out there for that. And but that is why we've laid this out there. We actually believe that based upon this 3-year cycle and then the 4% adjustment going forward, there will be enough money in order to cover all of that capital, including the operations of all 4 bridges. I do want to say though, because keep in mind as well too, we have 2.5 million non-commercial vehicles that we are adjusting the rates on as well too, to assist with the World Trade Bridge expansion as well as the Columbia Bridge expansion. We utilize all 4 bridges together as to that system. I think you alluded just a little bit to that, so.
All right, Mr. Hinojosa, can you give us an insight there, please? Hold on.
So basically, Mayor, thank you, and members of council for Noe Hinojosa, financial advisor of the city. What was originally proposed, all inclusive after 5 years, was I think $2.75 after 5 years. And what is being proposed now is $1.50, all inclusive after 3 years. So it's a 45% reduction from what was originally anticipated. Does it include, what does it leverage? Well, it leverages the capital projects. What it doesn't do is doesn't fund more of the, because of the way the flow of funds works, you're gonna have less money going into your capital improvement fund account. Instead of getting, you know, I don't know, $15 million, you're gonna get $1 million more after 3 years of this increases. And then the general fund, instead of getting more funding, it gets a lot less funding. So those are the two funds that get affected the most, general fund and the capital improvement fund. Would it affect the debt service on the bridge projects? Not at all. The intentions are to fund the World Trade Bridge first, and then Columbia second. So we're about 2 years away from, or maybe even 3, from funding Columbia for that matter. So what this does, and by the way, I commend you for the undertaking. This has been an extremely educational process for all of us. Even as your advisor, we've learned a lot of the pros and the cons, and I commend you for going through the process. Notwithstanding all of that, what was originally proposed, again, was a much higher number than what the city manager and his staff have come to us with. I hope that clarifies it.
All right, thank you. Is the bridge director here so we can get some insight?
Can I ask him a question?
Sure.
No, does the cost of living, the CPI index increase, is that in your debt service calculation?
No, not on a debt service. So basically, over the last 10 years, CPI, as you know, maybe 2 or 3 times has gone over 4%. I think in 2022 was 8%. Right. In 2023 was 4, and another 4 in 24. And that would have triggered a 25-cent increase, right, the COLA increase. So, you know, going forward, we try to take a very conservative approach, as you would expect us to, so we don't have any COLA adjustments. And we haven't run those numbers that far out in 2032 and 2033.
Right. So the reason I asked that question is because if you prescriptively adopt that CPI index, it's about $1.25 per truck, right?
Well, it will be, I don't know what per truck is, but
5 axles.
Yeah, so let's say 5, I mean, I don't know the numbers as well as you do, but basically if it's $1.75, or let's say $4, and you have a 4% increase, 4 times 4 is 16 cents. And I think the prescription in the ordinance says that anything over 12 goes up to 25 cents. Right? Anything over 37 goes to 50 cents. But you multiply that COLA of 4% times your nominal access price. So if it's $4 times 4% is 16 cents, right? So that would trigger another 25. So you'd be charging 4 1/4. The only saving grace, I guess, is that historically we haven't had that kind of inflation. I suspect this year, with the tariffs and things that are happening, you may see that. But having said all that, what the council is approving tonight is a set increase in on January 1 and beyond of 50 cents. And then in 28, another 50 cents, and in 29, another 50 cents. And not until after those 3 increases have been made, then the COLA comes into play. I hope that was clear.
No, it's clear, but at the end of
Mr.
that.
Cevallos, direct the questions to the chair so we can
Yes, Mayor.
ask him to answer.
So the clarity is at the end of that period, the COLA stands in place. Let's say it's 4%, the greater of that index. That 4% equals to $1.25 per truck, for 5-axle truck. So that's important. It's not the business that I'm in, but certainly there was a trucking representative here before that he probably needs to know that to weigh in, right? To just finish up my statements, I definitely would want you all to consider if it's a fixed COLA, if it's a fixed CPI index adjustment, that it come back to council so that you can make a judgment. It come back, it's still there, but it comes back to you annually so you can decide, is the economy doing well enough that you could you would want to pass that?
The bridge director, please, if you can come down and explain the health of our crossings, please. Come down. Yeah. Oh, we have one. Oh, yeah, go ahead, one more. Go ahead, do your comment first, please. Hold down, please. Mr. Rene Gonzalez, public comment.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. For the record, Rene Gonzalez. In the last 5 years, bridge revenues have grown 30%, from 21 to 25. As a recovering banker, we go if we want a loan, we go 5 years back, right? The bridge operating costs have stayed the same. 30% bridge operating costs even, all right? So we're looking at already an imbalance good in there because the bridge operating costs stay the same. You're not growing that much higher. As the years have progressed in those 5 years, you look at your budget, your actual for each year, that's what it's been. Okay, we're trying to relax, man. Your average estimated for actual budgets have an overall favorable positive variance of $6 million. So we're growing in a direction that's fine. For the last 5 fiscal years, in the budget, we understand the 50% of Resolution 1998. In the last 5 years, there's been a budget item, and actually has been done, that's called Capital Improvement Fund, right? In those 65 million has been raised in those 5 years. They were never used on the bridge. They were moved to the general fund. There's no resolution. I couldn't find a resolution that said you have permission to move money that's supposed to be used for the capital improvement. Councilman Perez, in 21 and 22, we could have had that technology paid for with the budget items and the actual budget. We're looking at the budget for 21, Laredo's budget for 21. I'm not making this up. This is in the budgets. If you look at your websites, you go in. So that's already 65 million. Minus 25, that's 35 that you would have started to toward your next 50 million. So we're moving to the fact that you're taking money from the bridge budget that was given, that you all approved at the actual cost. It didn't get used. So Peter raised the money, Paul got dressed up, and then Peter was dressed in rags. Because you had the $25 million in 2 years that could have paid for the technology already. That's actual. That's not this improvement infrastructure, that's actual. That didn't happen. So the industry lost on the council's representative and city management not buying those purchases with the money that was in the budget. So we already go from there, right? If the debt payment right now, we're already paying $5 million to the debt service, right? If it goes to 13 million, right now you have budgeted for the last 5 years, 65 million. Every year was, let's say, 13 million, 12 million, 15. If your debt service for this is $13 million, you already have it in the present budget, that 13 million that should have gone to capital improvement. But you weren't using it for capital improvements. You were waiting till the end, quietly just waiting. I know you need, bridge director, you need to spend some expenses.
Mayor, 3 minutes, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead and finish up.
And it's not being
public
used.
comment.
Come on, man, 3 minutes. It doesn't help you, it's history.
Go ahead and finish up.
Reasons that allow you to justify raising the fees, but do not justify the numbers, doesn't make a sense. In the last 5 years, you've had X amount of dollars wasn't spent on the bridge. Now you're saying, forget that we budget already to the bridge, those 13 million that goes into capital improvement, which already exists, that you've done for the last 5 years. I imagine you're gonna continue doing that. You already have the 5 million debt service already in the budget. You have $13 million that could be used. I don't see the need for increase. If you're gonna increase something, do it yearly, because you already have in your budgets that amount that goes directly to pay for that. Think about that, We did not pay, as a city, what the industry needed, what the bridge needed. The bridge director can say, I asked for these items. They said, well, no, we transferred it to general fund. There was no resolution on that money. There seems to be a disconnect here. History is what bankers make their loans on. We did that all the time. You go back to come up with the money. These future, the end of the day is just one thing that's not different. Councilor Cigarroa, you said we're going with the numbers that we have saver costs because we do this. The difference between Laredo, the one thing that isn't being compared is that every other port uses their money on the bridges for the bridges. This is the only port that's not doing it. And even if we do the fact that you do the 50%, there's still other money that is not being used, the other 50%. We asked you to table this. Let the dialogue continue. We still have whiles to go to the budget meetings. You know, you still have time. Let us show you as the banking, as the industry, because even in the bad times, we've still increased 30%. Normally what we have right now. In the bad times, which was Trump's, the USMCA, we don't have those things. So even in those days, we already are over budget. We already have passed budget for this year by 300,000. We still got 4 more months to go. So we're already over 300,000. That's over budget, over actual budget. So there's opportunity there to use those funds correctly. There's opportunity for do the right thing. And the right thing can be me that I'm wrong. It doesn't matter. We just want to say, let's talk about it. Let's work together. Let's get the industry in the room and say, why did you do that? Why did you not use your capital improvement fund that you budget yearly and pay for capital improvement projects? And is that enough to pay for those capital improvements that are to come? And let's go from there. We thank you for.
And those questions can be answered through the city manager.
Yeah, and so Mayor May?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. And this is directed to the overall process that we're going through right now. Kind of disappointed that we're going through this right now simply because this committee has existed for the longest time. And I cannot believe that this committee didn't hear this kind of dialogue in the past before coming to us. This doesn't make it any simpler for us to come and make a decision right now. You're just putting us in a bind. What do you all talk about in your committees? Do you all bring budget items before the committees and tell them? Because at the end of the day, I've served in almost every committee in this city, and we used to hear the budget before it was presented to city council. And so just get an approval. This is why you have a group of citizens that spend their time out of their private practice or whatever they do to come in here the needs of that particular committee. What department do you head? So for the last 10 years or however long it's been, are you willing to tell me that you didn't talk about bridge toll increases? And has it been coming to us on an annual basis why these bridge toll increases haven't come in? These are certain questions that are not fair to everybody up here because, you know, we're getting bits and pieces of information back and forth. And we're supposed to say, well, we don't trust your numbers when we don't trust your numbers. So who's right in this scenario? We're supposed to get those committees together to come back with a recommendation and not have committee members come over here and tell us we didn't get that information. We didn't seem to have contacted them. We didn't seem to have given them all of the information at hand so that these type of discussions don't happen. So that by the time we get here, we have 2 groups of people that are going to say everything's been thoroughly vetted. We did our due diligence at every level, and this is what we came up with.
All right.
Because you got some pretty smart people in there, you know, but we also got some pretty smart people in finance and with your expertise in there. So I'm not here to just, you know, be upset at what the situation is, but the situation at hand is that you know, if you read the room up here, everybody's going like, do we trust you or do we trust you? Which is it? We all want the same thing, but it just seems to me there's a lot of information that wasn't transferred back and forth, and and especially that it was here for a final reading, when it shouldn't have even gotten that far yet. There was a gentleman here, Mr. Laurel, that specifically said the last time we were here, why is it putting on for a final reading? It's not ready for that. we need further discussion. I want the people from the industry to say yes. I've had several people from the industry call me and tell me, Rick, we're okay with those numbers. But I've also had some other people that say, no, we're not okay with those numbers. So what is it? So I'm not ready to vote on anything like that today. I need to have a more detailed, a more thorough examination of what we're doing right now. I think in my personal mind, you know, we still haven't discussed several factors on this thing. There's gonna be increase in operating cost as we move forward. There's gonna be slowdowns in the economy as we move forward. We're going back and forth. I like the fact that Mr. Nepp said that we're gonna have flexibility within this thing. That is the number one issue. I don't want the industry to be bamboozled and been told you're gonna stick to this plan for 5 years. That's not right either. So there's a lot of, I think there's a lot more questions than answers today. And I just want somebody to come up here and says, we've discussed it ad nauseum, as I mentioned earlier, and we've discussed it and we totally went down the line on everything that we have to do. And then bring us something that we can all be proud of, please.
Okay, Bridge Director, can you identify yourself and give us some insight
I may.
on the health of the crossings?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. El Hinojosa from the Laredo Bridge System. We apologize, even myself, it's not that we're trying to kick the can down the road. There's been different council members. I don't have an answer why previous administrations never brought this since 2018 for an increase. As of right now, we have a very healthy crossings in our bridge department. And to answer your question, council member, with all due respect, we've been having meetings since January 17 of this year. I believe this is the 7th meeting, counting 2 workshops, council meetings from our city manager. We've met with Port of Entry. I thank you for all your input. But in the workshops we discussed, I give monthly reports every month on the World Trade. Since I started, I provide them with the list of projects that we have, the cost. It's just, and like I mentioned before, it's not just a bridge expansion, like Councilwoman Perez, thank you for helping out in describing, when you have a bridge expansion, and we've discussed it on the 2 previous meetings we've had with the stakeholders and the industry. A bridge expansion is not paying, let's say, 30 million per bridge span and all the amenities that it comes with. But we have to acquire property. We have to talk to CBP. We have monthly meetings with CBP, GSA, and our consultant. What are the needs for CBP? Do we need more fast lanes? Let me give an example. There's projects for 2 fast lanes that we discussed it, 11 million. And as the longer we take, you know the price is gonna increase. And we need a World Trade Bridge import lot. That's another project we have for them. Do we need more personnel? Are we gonna need more pay also on acquisitions, on relocations, as you may know, Mr. Ceballos? We're working on World Trade with the Faskins to relocate the irrigation system, which costs a lot of millions as well. So we are providing you every month in detail with all the projects that we have. We've been, I think it's the 7th meeting that we've met to discuss these toll rates. The industry said last week, if this would have been brought up to us 2 years ago, in a heartbeat, we approved the toll rates. If we understand right now it's a time of uncertainty, we understand we have to review on July 1st the USMCA or the TEMEC, we understand. And what did they say? Don't increase in October, wait for us in November. Better January 2027. So we're working with this industry. We've been since last year working with you, work with us on our agreements with our companies. We are. That way it doesn't catch them off guard, and we're not including any toll rates just because we want to, we need it. So we're working with the industry so you can work with all your customers to have this or incorporate these fees. We understand there's a price increase on the gas, but that also affects the city. That also affects Bridge Department with that cost increase, not just the industry, but same at us. It's an expense. We have cost of living increases, insurance is going up. We also have to account for that with our employees. We also have materials and supplies to buy. If we wait on these expansions, the cost of steel is gonna go up. You know, we're trying to work and we're moving the dates. We're supposed to start in January 2027. We understand Tamaulipas, for Borja, they're ready to build a bridge. So we're trying to meet them halfway. That there's any, yes, that it's a good time, no. But when it's a good time? How do we know on July 1st we're gonna get into an agreement? How do we know that trilateral agreement is gonna be approved within Mexico, USA, and Canada? We don't know. Yes, there's a lot of uncertainty. We're looking that we haven't seen a drastic decrease in our southbound. It's a healthy crossing right now. That we need expansions, yes. That it comes with more projects, yes. But who pays the bridge? The city pays. I know you questioned that 50% that goes to general fund. But with that, you have projects like Councilwoman mentioned with Texton. The city also has to help out within expansions on I-35, Loop 20, 83, 255. So with an expansion comes more traffic. So that we have a need, yes, as per a 2018 traffic study, it said that 5 or 6% increase per year. So do we need expansion? Yes. That we're gonna wait on Colombia? Yes. We're prioritizing. You can see it on your CIP. This is the reason why we review every year the CIP. It's a 5-year term for the projects. So as you can see, you have your Colombia, your World Trade, and all the needs. Because CBP also requires a lot of projects that will be paid from bridge as well. We're currently paying projects for bridge. Yes, we are. I brought it up to you. We just renovated the World Trade Bridge Admin building. 26 years. Now we have to do Colombia with the Admiral building. We have to renovate the roof because of the rains. That's gonna cost like $70,000 or $80,000. So, yes, I can tell you, and I'll tell you what we do. Detail well the monies. We're trying to do bridge to renovation admin building.
Mayor,
That if we have to stall it, we will to prioritize.
No, I don't want to interrupt.
Oh, so that the money is going into projects for the city? Yes. That we have to maintain them? Yes. Every year, every 2 years, TxDOT does inspection of bridges. Last year it was done in July. We haven't received the results. We also have to maintain Bridge 1 and 2. Bridge 3 and 4, they will have a rehab with these renovations. But what about Bridge 1 and 2? So just so you can know for the record, if you review your budget, Bridge 2 brings 40 million, more than World Trade. World Trade brings 36 million revenue. So that we need this increase, yes, that we need it for financing, and it's not just for the expansion, but we also need, and I appreciate your input on the 25 million that we need for a new technology. Yes, we do. And I'll give an example. We have another final reading where we're gonna address the U-turns, the NSF U-turns. We're gonna let them cross, and this is to minimize the bottlenecking of all the traffic. We're gonna let them cross. We're gonna assess other penalty fees if you review your items. So we're doing this to be proactive. Because right now we're being reactive, and yes, because whatever was done previous administration, I don't have a serious or I don't question them. They have their reasons why they didn't bring up toll rates increases to you all. But as of right now, if that was stalled since 2018, we do need it. And we're trying to work with the stakeholders and the industry to work with their agreements. But there's a lot of projects that we have. You can see on your CIP, all the projects that the bridge has. That we're prioritizing, yes, we are.
Mayor, if I may.
All right, thank you. We need to call on Mr. Hector Alanis. See you here? Board of Entry?
Can I make a clarification?
Go ahead.
Yeah, we know everything about World Trade. We just have never heard anything about Colombia. That's it, but she
Because we're prioritizing World Trade, but it's on the works.
Okay, direct the chair, please. All right, Mr. Alanis?
Yeah,
Board of
Mayor,
Entry.
Council, Hector Alanis for the record. Just wanted to address the question that Councilman Garza had, whether or not, we've had, communication regarding the topic. And so I'm new to the Port of Entry, and we've had these discussions. I just joined in February. We've had several meetings, but we've been discussing this topic every single meeting. We had the reports from City Manager's office. We had reports from the Finance Director. And you all had a workshop, what was it, a week or 2 weeks ago. I was not in town, so I was not able to attend. Not sure as to what the procedural decision will be made, if you're going to vote on this or not, but we have been discussing this. And the consensus of the Port of Entry committee members was to vote for no increase. But we have had those discussions. I have my personal opinion on the matter. I'm going to keep it. But we have had those discussions, and most of the Port of Entry committee members are industry experts. And so they know what's going on with the industry. And I believe that for that reason, they had, they decided not to move forward with some type of solution as far as a price increase. But to the question asked, we have had those discussions.
Mayor,
All right.
may I?
Go ahead, Council.
I just want to point out, and I appreciate, Ms. Hinojosa, you gave a very thorough analysis of the needs of the department. I appreciate that. The problem that we have in Laredo as being the #1 port, and we see it at the MPO a lot, and we see it here, is that we are having to support basically two entities. The needs of the citizens, where the majority and the bulk of our citizens live in the urban areas, and the port. And we are doing it with the same pot of money because it's all based on population. Our tax base comes from population, our funding from the state comes from population, and we all know that we have a lot of people here that are not counted for, that are not made up into that equation. So we are always shortchanged just from funding, support that we get. That's why we do need more support, and that's one thing that we've been advocating for, is to get the federal government and the state to understand that we need help for the port, which we don't get calculated on the transient population, all the trucks that are in our community every day. We don't get any credit on any of that other than just gasoline sales. So when we talk about capital improvement projects, the capital improvement projects, and based on the tax base that we have, is supposed to support the needs of the general population. There's only in my district, I have 4 neighborhoods out there with, not a big population in the grand scheme of things, and they are inconvenienced by the port. And it's very difficult to try to balance the residential, the school, the traffic, because we grew out there in an area that was never intended, this farm to market road was never intended to support this kind of, vehicular traffic on a daily basis. And we're all trying to play catch up. So we are behind. We are behind, but it's not our fault. We grew faster than we expected, and we're trying to keep up. The Columbia Bridge project is a proactive. The World Trade is reactive, because we should have done it earlier. There's a lot of things we should have done in the past that weren't done, but at the same time, it's hard to project. I disagree with evaluating this on an annual basis, because anytime you bring rate increases to the city council, it's very difficult to get it passed, because then you have politics involved. It's better for us to just incorporate an automatic increase for future councils, not to have to deal with the hurdles that we have when it comes to an increase, because you're going to see politics come into play when people start voting against something, so they can say, I voted against it, I did good, but, we need it. I just want to get the political points to say that I'm against it. And you see that throughout a lot of the different decisions that we make. And then we come back later on and we say, okay, well, she voted against it or he voted against it, so he's the good one, and everybody voted for it. But in reality, when you vote against it, you're just crippling us further, and that could be one of the reasons why we're at the point where we didn't have an increase for so long, because everybody was playing politics all this time. So those are factors that we're trying to get away from, and those are problems that we're trying to address, because apparently, and you laid it out perfectly, there's a lot more than just expansions here. We have delayed needs, deferred costs. The cost of, when COVID hit, concrete went up. The cost of all the materials went up way more than 4%, way more than 3%. So we're still dealing with all these inflationary costs from that time frame. So as far as the needs go, I do agree that we need some kind of adjustment. I understand the industry's concern. I think this new amount does reflect a compromise. I think maybe it won't even be enough, but we could, I think staff's telling us, NOAA's telling us that it is. So I think in terms of trying to balance the needs versus how we're going to get them funded, I think this offers a good path for us.
If I may,
Go
Mayor,
ahead.
we applied for, we are looking for other funding. We applied for a build grant for both bridge expansions, which is 25 million each. We should have an answer by June 28th. We don't know if we're gonna get anything or not. If we do, we're blessed. We could get 1 million, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, we don't know, or for which bridge, but that also comes with a matching amount. So if we do get something, that's great. we all want you to know as well that the need is there to also work with the PD, fire, streets, public works. As more traffic we get, District 7 and other district streets get damaged.
All right.
So it pays for that, it gets paid also through general fund with that same money.
Councilman has a question.
Ms. Hinojosa, just
Yes.
thank you for laying that out so passionately and eloquently. I think you explained, you know, the needs that are there. And so thank you for that. And I just would say we had Arnelio Hinojosa, when he gave, our financial advisor, when he mentioned the increase, so the decrease of the increase that this present package is showing is basically to primarily only cover for the capital improvement projects itself, for the most part, as opposed to, you know, he mentioned, well, the general fund's not going to necessarily benefit from this as much as it would in the original package. Now, but that was also, he did mention a key point, and that's assuming that we don't actually increase in crossings, which, I mean, God willing, that should happen. So, and hoping that that allows us, if this community and this, you know, port can be resilient, like it clearly is, as Mr. Gonzalez mentioned, that, you know, that even going through all the stuff with tariffs and these last couple of years, we've still been quite resilient as a port, given all of that. So, you know, I think this is a much more modest. I'm not saying it's nothing, because I'm not in the industry. I don't deal with it every day. I'm not saying it's nothing. I think you laid out, you know, some of the things that this, and in addition, because if we were never going to expand and just keep business as usual status quo, maybe we wouldn't need to increase the rates. But if we're going to, as was mentioned, this is for 280 million of capital improvement for projects that can't just be financed, you know, with status quo. I think is your. Do you have something?
And if I may, I know that y'all questioned why didn't y'all bring this toll rate increase before. I understand that there's a 2018 traffic study, and it mentioned there the increase. So it's not that we want to put it all in you all, you know, to decide. We're just bringing you both sides, the concerns, of course, of the industry and stakeholders. Yes, we understand, and we'll be giving them a whole year to get ready, you know. And they've made their recommendations. Yes, Bria brought up the recommendations. The public hearing stated their recommendation, and of course, management on the city
Okay.
side.
We have a
Mayor,
motion and a second.
Mayor,
Go ahead. We have a motion and a second already.
Yes.
So go ahead.
That's understood. I couldn't agree more with Councilmember Garza's points. I think that every time that this has been brought back to council, it's changed. And I feel as if management and the city are treating our committees as a nuance rather than as giving them real value. And all of this discussion should be happening there and then coming to us here. I cannot support this item as is, and I just wanted to state that I think it's inappropriate the way that this has been evolving at every meeting it's come forward.
If I may, really quick, Councilwoman, thank you. And it's not that we're hiding anything. We're trying to hear. We've had a lot of meetings with the industry and stakeholders, so we're trying to implement their needs as well.
Oh, no,
and we understand about
absolutely,
the
and I
public
appreciate-
hearing and the changes.
I appreciate you. You just gave the most beautiful presentation, and I hear you, but it's changed from public hearing to when there was the special council meeting the other day to today, and none of that. Even from the public hearing, that changed from. I was at the meetings with the Port of Entry Committee, and those numbers were not presented to them.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Call for the question. The motion?
The motion
To accept number 33.
To approve, motion to approve as presented by city manager.
Approve number 33.
Number 33. All right, that is a motion.
And a
All-
As a schedule.
Call for the question.
The schedule over there, could you put up?
Call for the question. Call for the question.
Oh, sorry.
That's all we're voting on right now.
Yes, yes.
All right.
The ordinance as I presented it with the clarifications within it, but it is just those rates there.
That's right, Richard.
All right.
Mayor, I just want to, on my behalf, I want to just take on this vote that it did change, but it changed for the best and not for the worst.
All right, call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Two hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
The
Thank-
industry just learned,
Thank you,
there
John.
was no communication, the industry just learned today.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next item.
Mayor, before appointments to commissions, boards, and committees, we need to approve number 60 before we approve the appointments.
Number 60 is which?
Motion to approve number 60.
Motion to approve 60. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. All right.
Motion to approve appointments to commissions, boards, and committees.
Except for one thing, can I just pull it out?
Yes, sir.
Number 12?
Exception of number 12.
You have 12?
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 4. All right.
Motion. Second. And a second, we need a
We have a
second.
motion.
Second on that?
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Number 12?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Maldonado, I just wanted to clarify that it is, on the item number 12, that it is appointed to the municipal hospital ad hoc committee. Okay. And it's not housing authority. Yeah, that's an important correction, Cap. So I'd like the motion for approval on that.
Including 12.
Yeah.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion second. I want to go on to number 67. Okay, one of my items, discussion with possible action to support and promote voter participation, civic engagement, and public awareness of upcoming elections through nonpartisan voter education and outreach efforts and any matters related thereto. Now, this item was brought up because we're facing some of the most consequential issues and challenges in our recent history. And to see such low voter turnout should not be acceptable for a city our size and the importance of the economy we give to Texas and the United States. The city of Laredo has an important role in promoting civic responsibility and encouraging participation in democratic process while remaining strictly nonpartisan. And by working with community organizations, civic groups, and other stakeholders, we can ensure that residents are informed and prepared to make their voices heard. And it does not matter whichever side of the political spectrum you're on, we will continue to be ignored if we do not do our part in educating and motivating our public. And as mayor, I have always supported efforts to increase our voter participation, civic engagement, and public awareness of upcoming elections throughout nonpartisan education and outreach. Last time we did this campaign, we had great success, and we're able to go from house to house in all districts, starting District 1 and 2. And our democracy is strongest when the citizens are informed, engaged, and empowered to exercise their right to vote, regardless of political affiliation. Every eligible voter should have access to accurate information about election dates, voter registration, polling locations, and voting processes. So, my initial motion before bringing up the PIO is to support this campaign, and we have management to roll out a campaign as we have rolled them out in the past. PIO, please.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Noraida Negron, Public Information Manager for the record. Mayor, we had done this item before, back in 2024, where we had done this campaign, where the campaign is, like you mentioned earlier, nonpartisan voter engagement initiative. It was launched by UN Council at the time to encourage civic participation, ensure that, again, every eligible voter was informed for registration, also to prepare them to vote in that election specifically. So we would do the same for this one as well. The objectives were to increase voter awareness, also voter registration, provide voter education, and encourage voting participation. I'm just going to give a little bit of what we did for the campaign, which will probably be pretty much the same as you're mentioning. The campaign, we utilized a multi-platform communication strategy to reach all of our residents. That included newspaper, radio, television, social media, newsletters, in-house billboards as well. Our public access debates that we also encourage people to participate, and community partnerships that we had. The campaign, then in 2024, the total cost was $25,000 from a period of September 17th through November 5th. Like we mentioned, it existed with different resources that we did. But what mattered here was that back in 2024, Mayor, with our campaign, we were able to get a total of over 66,000 votes in that election, which was almost about to be the election record set back in 2020, when we saw huge record numbers here in our community when it came to voters coming out. So the campaign did work. So we are expecting to do the same pretty much this year, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Question? Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Negron, what percentage does that represent of the total number of registered voters?
I don't have that with me, but I wanted to, if I remember correctly,
About
it was
132,000
about,
registered voters.
I think it's,
what did you say?
it's
Mr. Maldonado?
There's about 132,000 registered voters. Approximately.
100,000?
138.
I thought it was higher.
Registered.
Yeah, me too.
138.
Yeah. Approximately, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Approximate registered voters in town?
Yes.
Yeah.
About 130.
Right now, okay, so that was right now. I think back then was a little higher.
Approximately.
Because it was a different election, it was a presidential election, so I.
No, but registered voters.
And council member, we're going to be presenting a contract by the Webb County Elections Office for the upcoming elections, and all that information will be in the contract very soon. Yes, that will be provided. It's approximately about between 132, 138, somewhere around there.
Okay,
Okay.
that's just lower
But
than what
we,
I thought
we
was.
did ask for that information also to be included in the contract.
Okay. I
Yes.
appreciate that. So this represents about 50%, more or less?
Which we've never seen before, especially in that election was a pretty big one, which is the same one as we're gonna see again this time around.
And will you be reaching out to the Webb County Democratic Party and the Webb County Republican Party?
Yes, they were actually able to help us back in 2024, sharing all of our messaging. We worked hand in hand with all of them.
I know they were here
Yeah, they
earlier,
were.
but they couldn't
Yes.
wait through the, our meetings as they go. I appreciate that very much, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Mayor,
Mayor, thank you.
we have some people from Corpus Christi for item 75, our item for Shop Local campaign. Would you mind if we bring that item up?
75.
So a motion to bring up item 75.
Second.
All right, in the interest of them being from out of town, we'll go ahead and go. Motion passed. All in favor?
Mayor, you had a motion.
On which one? Oh, I'm sorry.
For number 67.
Oh, yes, okay. My initial motion,
And we need
67.
we need a second, Mayor.
Okay,
Second on that.
second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. All right.
Motion to move up.
Okay,
We'll move up item 75, just in the interest of
there a
people
second?
being from out of town.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you. And Mayor, thank you for co-sponsoring this along with Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez. This is local business CEO brought up the fact that Laredo used to have a Shop Local campaign. And we might have one, but it's not as robust as it apparently what used to be. Miss Evelyn Sames, who was awarded Business Person of the Year by the Chamber of Commerce, she gave a very eloquent speech about shopping local, and the idea to bring that Shop Local campaign back brought this item forward. So we have a couple individuals who drove in from Corpus to elaborate on what that could look like, and I'm sure they'd be happy to partner with CV, our Convention Visitors Bureau. Yeah.
Thank you. Name for the record, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Yes, my name is Patricia. I'm here on behalf of Sames Outer Group, the Sames family also. as you know, is an organization that has been deeply rooted in Laredo and fully committed to the communities and to the growth and development. We would like to encourage the city of Laredo to consider developing a community awareness campaign that educates residents about the importance of supporting local business and organizations. Every dollar spent locally has a ripple effect. You have been talking about that, planning the future, supporting, getting more funds, right? It helps
tax revenue.
Yes. It helps create jobs, support families, strengthens our tax base, and contributes to the services and programs that improve the quality of the life for everyone in the city. As a local business, we see firsthand the impact of consumer choices. According to our own investigation data, approximately 32% of the potential business is lost in the neighbor cities. That means millions of dollars each year. Millions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue are leaving the city of Laredo. Resources that could otherwise be used to improve the community, improve the infrastructure, support public services, and enhance the lives of the people who call Laredo home. But this conversation is more about economics. Supporting local businesses is an investment in the character and identity of Laredo. These businesses sponsor youth programs, contribute to community initiatives, create jobs, and help preserve the values and the spirit that makes this city so unique. We believe the city has an opportunity to promote a message of pride, that choosing local means choosing Laredo. Through public awareness campaigns, partnerships with local organizations, and educational initiatives, we can remind our residents that the future of our city depends on the choices that we make every day today. The Sames family, Sames Auto Group remains fully committed to being a partner in that effort to continue investing in our people, supporting our community, and contributing to the prosperity of Laredo. If we want a stronger Laredo tomorrow, we must support the people and businesses that are building Laredo today. By keeping more of our spending local, we keep more opportunity, more investment, and more resources right here in our city. Together, let's foster a culture of community pride, because when Laredo thrives, we'll thrive.
I also wanted to say, my name is Ana Rivera Soto, and I was Laredoan for a very long time. I've been between Laredo and Corpus for a few years now. We have a home here. My husband works at Laredo Medical Center, and that's one of the areas that we see a lot of out-migration as well. People choose to, go for simple medical services or other medical services out of town as well. So we feel that this campaign will not only address retail, large purchases, but also keeping people educated on the amazing healthcare opportunities we have here, and also allowing us to continue to thrive and continue to retain and train and keep people coming to Laredo. We have wonderful university here. We like to keep our kids here. They need to stay here. I'm always Laredo first. So we ask you to please not only shop Laredo, but to choose Laredo. On behalf of the Sames family, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. And Mayor, the motion would just be to have CBP work with the Chamber of Commerce, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and all LEDC, all other pertinent to kind of relaunch a very proactive shop local campaign with all pertinent stakeholders.
Second.
All right, motion and second. Any questions or discussion? All right, motion and second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion passes.
Mayor, motion to open up planning and zoning public hearing introductory ordinances 17 through 29, and to include number 30, public hearing introductory ordinance.
Second. Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Who's in possession? Okay.
Okay. One more. Number 17, public hearing and introductory ordinance concerning a voluntary annexation request by Javier de Anda on behalf of NDAS Development LLC, altering and extending the boundary limits of the City of Laredo Annex to approximately 23.942 acres, more or less, of the located southeast of Cuatro Vientos Road and Sierra Vista Boulevard, providing for the effective date of the ordinance, authorizing the city manager to execute a contract adopting service plan for the annexed territory and establishing the initial zoning of B3 Community Business District for the subject tract as described by meets and bounds in the attached Exhibit A. The Planning and Zoning recommended approval of the proposed annexation and denial of the original requested B4 Highway Commercial District zoning and instead recommended B3 Community Business District. The petitioner has since amended the request from B4 to B3. Staff supports the proposed annexation and the amended request for a B3 Community Business District initial zoning designation. Number 18, public hearing and introductory ordinance concerning a voluntary annexation request by Lucia Elizondo Pais on behalf of All Carriers Incorporated, altering and extending the boundary limits of the city of Laredo by annexing approximately 8.42 acres, more or less, tract of land located south of FM 1472 and west of Ben-Hur Ranch Road, providing for the effective date of the ordinance authorizing the city manager to execute a contract adopting a service plan for the annexed territory and establishing the initial zoning of M1 Light Manufacturing District for the subject tract as described by meets and bounds in the attached Exhibit A. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed annexation and initial zoning of M1 Light Manufacturing District. Staff supports the proposed annexation and the initial zoning of M1 Light Manufacturing District. Number 19, public hearing and introductory ordinance concerning a voluntary annexation request by Luke Colbert on behalf of ARP Laredo LLC, altering and extending the boundary limits of the city of Laredo by annexing approximately 5.19 acres, more or less, tract of land located south of FM 1472 and north of Mercury Mine Road, providing for the effective date of the ordinance and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract adopting a service plan for the annexed territory and establishing the initial zoning of M1 Light Manufacturing District of the subject tract as described by meets and bounds in attached Exhibit A. The Planning and Zoning recommended approval of the proposed annexation and the initial zoning M1 Light Manufacturing District. Staff supports the proposed annexation and the initial zoning of M1 Light Manufacturing District. Number 20, public hearing and introductory ordinance concerning a voluntary annexation request by Robert J. Gilpin, altering and extending the boundary limits of the city of Laredo by annexing approximately 150.8236 acres, more or less, tract of land located northwest of Nicolas D. Achar Road and Riverbank Road, providing for the effective date of the ordinance, authorizing the city manager to execute a contract adopting the service plan for the annexed territory and establishing the initial zoning M1 Light Manufacturing District for the subject tract as described at meets and bounds in attached Exhibit A. The Planning and Zoning recommended approval of the proposed annexation and the initial zoning of M1 Light Manufacturing District. Staff supports the proposed annexation and the initial zoning of M1 Light Manufacturing District. Number 21, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending ordinance map of the city of Laredo by rezoning Lot 1, Block 4, Larga Vista subdivision located at 5602 State Highway 359 from B1 Limited Business District to B3 Community Business District. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed zone change. Staff supports the application. Number 22, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by rezoning approximately 3.33 acre tract as further described by meets and bounds in Exhibit A, located east of Don Beto Drive and north of Grisel Drive, from R1 single family residential district to R2 multifamily residential district. Planning and Zoning recommended approval of the proposed zone change and staff does not support the application. Public hearing, number 23, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by rezoning approximately 3.08 acre tract of land as further described by meets and bounds in Exhibit A, located south of Cerralvo Drive and west Riverbank Drive from R1A Single Family Reduced Area District to R2 Multifamily Residential District. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed zone change, and staff supports the application. Number 24, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by authorizing the issuance of a conditional use permit for a heavy machinery sales display outdoor and track trailer rental on Lot 1, Block 1, DCAF, Mines Road, plat located at 16111 FM 1472. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed conditional use permit, and staff supports the application. Number 25, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by rezoning Lot 20, Block 5, Sierra Vista Police Station plat located 140 Cenizo Loop from R1 Single Family Residential District to B1 Limited Business District. The Planning and Zoning recommended approval of the proposed zone change, and staff supports the application. Number 26, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by amending ordinance number 2025-0223, which authorized a conditional use permit for an animal care substation office on Lot 20, Block 5, Sierra Vista Police Station plat located at 140 Cenizo Loop in order to convert the approved office use into an animal care substation with indoor and outdoor animal care confinement. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed conditional use permit amendment, and staff supports the application. Number 27, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by rezoning lots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, Block 881, Eastern Division, located on 1600 Clark Boulevard from R1 Single Family Residential District to B1 Limited Business District. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of the proposed zone change. However, staff supports the application. Pursuant to Section 211.0061 of the Texas Local Governmental Code, approval of the zoning request requires a supermajority vote of three-fourths of the City Council due to the valid protest petition having been filed. Accordingly, a favorable vote by at least three-fourths of all members of the governing body is required for approval of the proposed zoning change. Number 28, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by amending ordinance 2022-0185, which authorized a special use permit for a restaurant serving alcohol on Lot 5A, Block 1, Encino Plaza Subdivision, Unit 2A, located at 7518 McPherson Road, Suite 510, 4,176 square feet, in order to remove Cosmos Bar and Grill and Encinizo Plaza Incorporated and replace Cosmos Bar and Grill Lombrana properties as the parties to whom the permit is issued, and to amend the site plan and add additional square footage. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed special use permit amendment, and staff supports the application. Number 29, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending zoning ordinance map of the city of Laredo by rezoning Lot 1, Block 1, Kimberly Plaza Subdivision, located 4800 McPherson Road, from B3 Community Business District to B4 Highway Commercial District. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of the proposed zone change, and staff does not support the application. Number 30, public hearing and introductory ordinance authorizing the city manager to amend the city of Laredo's fiscal year 2025-2026 budget by appropriating expenditures from a drawdown of $11,250,000 from fund balance from the Sports and Community Venue Sales Tax Fund. The funds will be used to cover the cost of the Lindecker construction contract for Phase 1B. Number 17, Mayor.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion passes. 18, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Second.
Motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. 19, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor? Opposed, motion passes. 20, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor? Opposed, motion passes. Number 21, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor? Opposed, motion passes. Number 22, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Motion,
Second.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. 23, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Mayor, we have a comment on number
23.
Okay.
Mayor, before we make the public comment, I want to clarify, the purpose of this zone change request. Can we get some insight on the item? Yeah,
23.
because it says we're going from R1A to R2, and I don't believe you can build apartments on R2, correct?
Yes.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
How many units are they looking at?
Oh, let's see. 23, 47.
And is this the property that has made the application for the 9% tax credit?
Yes.
And
Yeah, that's it.
just to clarify, do we have anybody who can speak on that program? Because I think a lot of people believe that it's a Section 8 housing program, and there seems to be some opposition to that kind of development. But it's my understanding that these are just based on the average income of people who are at or
I
below.
believe it's market rate, I believe. But I don't think he's here.
Okay, so the owner of the property's not here?
I don't see the gentleman here.
Okay. Mayor, can we hear the public comment? Ms. Guerra, while you look for that information?
Yes, we do have a
I don't
public.
think I have it because it's a zone change, so I wouldn't have.
You don't have the
I don't
details?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and we can't conditional zone, approve zoning anyways. Do you have a public comment?
We have public comment on number 23, Melissa Barbosa.
Thank you so much for your time, council. I am winded. I motion for candy for the audience, because you all have your little stash.
You want some candy?
Right? Or a vending machine, because I'm winded. I know, I ate at 11, so bear with me, I'm like fogged out. Good evening, I think already, I don't even know, lost my time. I am a member of District Council 7. I've been there since, my Mines Road roots go back. I remember Mines Road smelling of melon and onions. I could remember when we bought Mines Road. My parents were so proud, my dad was so mad, it was so far, no one visited us for years. I think they still don't because of the traffic. But my roots to Mines Road, as we brought, is tight. So, seeing it grow has been I'm very proud, I'm very emotional, but I'm also very, who do we trust, Mr. Garza? I heard you say that. Who do we trust? If you don't know who to trust, can you imagine us, the citizens? Who do we trust? Now, you're telling me, let me tell you, they raised me tough and they raised me right, and I'm trying to raise mine the same way. And we got a letter saying that there was gonna be a zone change. Now, this letter is a zone change, only the 300 feet around these were notified, meaning, give or take, 12 houses is too many, when it's gonna affect a whole neighborhood. And you only notify these many people, and after the fact, because I got it after the fact. It's torn because my kids were gonna tear it. I was like, oh no, everything else is digital, so I don't go to my mailbox as often, and everything's written here because I'm very upset. Now, if an R1, and correct me if I'm wrong, if an R1 and this little property right here, this little property is one house. I don't know who, Mayor, with all due respect, maybe you. One house in this little area, right? So now you want to change it to and Ms. Perez, with all due respect, it is 72 units, 111 parking spaces. This is the area next to Washington Middle, if anyone needs to know. Right next, I'm talking about the line, the fence where Washington Middle is, right there, right at that corner. 72 units, 111 parking spaces, and 1 clubhouse. That is a 4-story high building. I live right in front of that school. I am that house with that nuisance fence, if you ever pass by Mines Road, that big blue mesh, because I moved in knowing my neighbor was gonna be there, and he has a 2-story house, which I don't even know how he got that approved. I wanted my privacy. I wanted my privacy, and I did that. Now you're gonna bring someone in and allow someone to do that? No. Now, it also says, and I'm so sorry, but
Let's go ahead and finish
yes,
up.
thank you. It's 4-story high. According to Webb County, that land, the acreage within the subdivision is 2.09. Don't let them fool you. Don't let them fool you, council. Because the survey says 3 acres. It's not 3 acres. Because according to Webb County, the creek is unbuildable lot, 1.2 acres. So you mean to tell me in 2 acres, we're gonna approve 72 units, 111 parking spaces, and 1 clubhouse, 14 unit high? I am all for our elders having the capacity and I saw the plans. Because in the package, it starts at page 111. At 111. And it's beautiful. I love it. It's great. But the thing is, don't be bamboozled into thinking that they're going to squeeze all that into that little area. Now, that's a flooding zone. And everyone who has lived in Mines Road knows that every 10 years to 12 years, and it's coming up, that gets flooded. That's not safe. There's no way that that's safe. There's a huge sinkhole there proposed where there's a playground in the package. I don't know who has the package.
We have it.
The playground's right there, right where the sinkhole is. And if you ever go there, which I've lived in Mines Road for more than 30 years, and I probably scraped my knee on the same parts that my daughter has, it's a huge cliff and it keeps getting wider and wider. So I beg you, if it's gonna happen beyond me, then I do not want it to say there that when this got approved, there was 0 people against it. Because there's a whole community against it. Because it's gonna affect more than these 6, 7 houses who you sent this to. Which is minimum. It's aspirin on someone that's about to get a heart attack. I'm sorry, it is. And that, just leave you with this. The view of ignorance, right? Like John Rawls, he said, put yourself in my position. Put yourself in my position. And if it's such a good idea, Vanessa, Ms. Perez, then put it in front of Mueller. Because it's in front of a school, it should make no difference. And let's make that money back. We're talking about money that's a great business land. That's a great business opportunity. That's way more than 2 acres that are buildable. Because really, in all honesty, it's 2 acres. It's not 3. It's not 3, council. Don't buy it. It's not 3. Meaning that survey, it's probably wrong.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for your comment, and I know that you're concerned about it, and I know you were concerned about like the demographics and everything as well. This is just for clarification. This is not an approval of that project, number 1. Number 2, that project is based off of whether or not they can get those tax credits, which is a highly competitive program that our community has historically been under. We haven't received those benefits because it does allow for people to have an opportunity to have housing below if they qualify based on their income. So it's not Section 8, it's more like
no, it's through Neighborhood
supplemental-
Works.
Right. We do not control what the developers build and where they build it. So if this is the lot that they chose for that location, for that project, and I completely understand your concern with the creek because we do have the erosion issue at the Faskin, which is right down the way. But again, that's, you do have a good point in the sense that once they build these apartments and then if they do start experiencing erosion, somebody's gonna have to deal with that.
Right.
Here, in this instance, they would not be selling that lot off. You know, just for clarification, R1A lots are, I believe, 4,500 square feet. And then R1s are 6,000 square foot lots, right? So they'd be able to fit a couple of lots in that location if that's the direction that they wanted to go. But it is zoned for residential, so it would be for people that are living there. They are gonna retain ownership of the property. I'm not sure if community development, if we're getting involved in this. At this point, we're not approving that project. We're just approving the zone change that would allow for townhomes and multifamily dwellings to be there. And if they don't get that 9% for the, that 9% credit, then I imagine the developer would then use that lot for another purpose.
Right.
So right now, we're not really talking about that particular development, but again, without the zone change, they wouldn't be able to pursue that kind of development.
Right.
And it would be, this would just bring more, you said 42 units? Or
No,
72?
and I don't think 72 fit there.
So that would provide housing for 72
No, I totally
families.
agree, but I'm just saying that you do have the right to do the zone change. And if you took into consideration Chihuahua, that it was all business with that one piece of that one daycare, then I do say then buy us a little bit more time till we also, the community, can see, hey, give us our input, is what
Right.
I'm saying.
Well, the concern you have with the zoning of the 300 feet, just so you know, that's a state mandate, that's not a local requirement. And we actually increased it from 200 to 300 feet, because before, originally the law, right now, most communities only follow the 200 feet, so we expanded it a little bit more. And because it's kind of by the school and in an empty lot, it doesn't really touch a lot of the houses, so your concerns are completely valid. And the issue that we have to weigh here is whether or not we support this initiative to bring these affordable apartments, to bring more people to have a place to live in a place where right now it's hard for people to get housing and affordable rent. If we say no to the zone change, then we basically kill that project and that potential for that opportunity. And again, if they were in the works to get awarded through the highly competitive process, I don't want to discourage people from pursuing these types of projects, because we have the Aquero apartments or that same program, and a lot of people like those apartments. They don't cause problems. So we have one on Hillside that just went up. We have one on International that just went up.
By the
And
same company, right?
I don't know if it's the same company, because all I know right here before us is the zone change issue. But they are, my understanding is they're reputable builders, and it's not the same. There's several of them that do these, but again, they don't have to pursue these projects for Laredo. They can take these initiatives to other cities, which we're starting to attract these types of opportunities here. And I completely understand that you're concerned with the stories and everything and it being right next to a school, but again, it's not a Section 8 housing program, just for the record. It's providing affordable housing for people who are at the median income or below.
And that's totally fine. Now, with that being said, like I said, I did my due diligence and I said, I'm gonna go in there and give my opinion, but also with that being said, you can modify, right, what's gonna get built.
No, at this point, no. At this point,
No, I'm talking about like as far as 3 stories, 4 stories, or however many. You don't get the public's input on that either.
So this is a zone change just to approve the zoning, and then once the developer has the zoning, then he needs to bring forward the plans to actually construct, so you'll get another yellow card. It'll be a planning and zoning hearing meeting where the planning and zoning commission decides whether or not, so it is still a process.
Right.
And I completely respect your concerns. I don't have a problem tabling this item for more discussion, if that would make you more comfortable.
Yeah, I would.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to table.
All right,
For the
motion
next
table.
council meeting in July.
Number 23, all in favor?
Thank you.
Opposed? Motion passes, table number 23.
Okay, thank you.
We'll talk.
All right. Number 24, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Which one, Mayor?
24,
Oh, Mayor, I have an issue with this one.
okay.
So there's a neighborhood in Mines Road. It's one of the 4 neighborhoods in the port, Deer Creek. We've had struggles with people wanting to put, like vehicle repair shops, all kinds of outdoor repair shop type developments there, which is right next to the residential area. And traditionally, it's off of Mines Road, and so it kind of does fit this type of initiative, but it's gonna be right behind the homes, and they're gonna have 18-wheelers idling, they're gonna have commercial, this industrial traffic coming in and out. And, I know that there was a curb cut granted, which was one of the obstacles that we had with the business next door, that we did grant a conditional use permit because there was only gonna be 1 vehicle coming in and out, and it was gonna be a different type of business. Now, here, you're gonna have 18-wheelers driving in through that driveway and then moving over into this lot on the right-hand side. Can you just explain why, were there any concerns expressed by the Planning and Zoning Commission, or did they have a discussion on this item?
Yeah, we present every single item to Planning and Zoning Commission.
But sometimes they pass it without really discussing it.
You're right. Sometimes there's more or less discussion. In this case, we've had some history at this location. If you recall, there was some previous M1 requests for zoning.
That's the one.
So we would not be in favor of even a B4 at this location. So that's why we recommended the conditional use permit. The conditional use permit will include a good amount of conditions that may allay some of the fears that I think we've heard, especially one for access.
Okay.
So we're gonna limit vehicle access exclusively to Mines Road. So access through Spearhead Lane or adjacent residential is gonna be prohibited. There's a
But
pretty.
hold on, can you go back?
Uh-huh.
Monday to Saturday, 8 to 6.
Mm-hmm.
What about idling? Vehicle
There
idling?
is a pretty substantial utility easement in the back, drainage easement, sorry, drainage, not utility. I wanna say it's about 150 feet, yes, there is. We're even including the requirements in the, as part of our conditions, that they need to abide by the restrictions on the plat that talk about that drainage easement, that it's covered by an agreement, that they cannot construct any improvements in such a way as to impede the drainage flow. They can't use it, they can't change the grade or construct any flow restricting fences, buildings, structures, or other improvements in a manner that impedes the established drain flow. The fence wall, which has the potential to block drainage, must be constructed with an adequate number and size of openings.
But what about idling the vehicle? I mean, I understand the 100 feet, but that's still doesn't deal with the emissions that are gonna be running out there. And then the body shop with painting, they wanna have it outdoors, right? So there's gonna be a spray of paint, they're not containing it within a building, right? That's the issue I
It's
have.
repair, servicing, dismantling, painting, body work, lubrication, welding, or mechanical work of heavy trucks, trailers, heavy machinery, or commercial vehicles.
Yeah, but are they doing this in a?
Are they prohibited?
No, are they doing this under like a roof?
But it's prohibited. We're prohibiting it.
Oh, shall be prohibited.
Yeah.
So it's just gonna be based on, I'm sorry, I didn't read that. I thought that was, that's gonna be, up to us to like enforce.
It's just sales and display. So.
Oh, they're just selling it.
Yes, go ahead.
So it's like a store?
It's sales and display.
Okay.
Question over here.
If I may, Ms. Perez, is this area, quick question, does this area does it have already, text dot easement?
Well, I mean,
You said they come
They-
off Mines Road, but how,
yeah,
do they have an easement, like, is that an illegal curb cut, or is that?
on the front, I mean, they're probably gonna have to go to TxDOT to get their.
They haven't gone yet.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Well,
I'm
do you have
assuming
any
they would have
proper,
to get one.
any information on that?
I don't have it, no.
So how are they gonna come off Mines Road if they don't know? That's their property.
They may, TxDOT may work with them to get a shared curb cut with the other 3 lots that are in the vicinity, or they may grant them just their own.
Well, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Councilman Rangel has a good point as far as, because I know there's some kind of access point there off Mines Road. I'm not sure if it's a legal one, because I know when we went back and forth with TxDOT, they didn't want to approve another curb cut because it was so close to Game Creek. I don't know if they're gonna wanna grant a separate curb cut for this particular property, so we're gonna give them a conditional use.
It may be very strong, powerful, if, you know, these applicants come to them saying, hey, I don't have any other access because my access to the rear is prohibited.
Right, but how can we approve it without the access point first? Can we force them to get access before we approve this?
I mean, it would be up to you. You have that discretion, yes.
Councilmember Perez, Joaquin Rodriguez for the record.
I know who you are.
Thank you. Just in
I've
case
seen
you
you
forgot.
before.
No, I just wanted to say that XDOT will want to know what the property is going to be used for, the kind of traffic, before they even consider approving a curb cut or access it on and off of Mines Road. So this is kind of like the first step, based on my experience with the Charlothan, remember? They will not say, you're gonna get a curb cut before they know what the property's gonna be used for, what kind of traffic's gonna come out of there, so this is kind of like the first step. That's what I'm.
If I may, Mayor?
Go ahead.
I know, but what happens if they have the conditional use permit without approved access? Then how are they gonna get in? They're either gonna come in through Game Creek and go that way, which is gonna be a problem.
If they can't get it from TxDOT, then if this is approved, they would have to come back. They would have to come back to amend their CUP.
They would have to come back, what do you mean?
Because if the conditions that we impose are approved, then their access to the rear is prohibited. So once they go to TxDOT, if they can't get it through there, then they would have to come and
No,
get.
but there's already a curb cut there for the other property. So if that property owner got a curb cut to their lot, what's to stop this company from using that same curb cut that somebody else paid for to get to their property? How are we going to deal with that situation? Because that's gonna cause a conflict there, because it's like, this person paid for this curb cut to get to their property. Now, because they have an approval, they're going to utilize it, because TxDOT's probably gonna tell them, we'll just use that one. So can we put some condition on them figuring out that arrangement before we, like a conditional approval, conditional to the fact that you worked out the access off of Mines Road? Cause in that case, I don't mind
I guess we
approving it
could.
under that,
I mean,
Absolutely.
yes, we could.
That's gonna be my motion is I would agree to conditionally approve it based on the condition that they have a written agreement with either TxDOT or the owner of that access point to use that access point to get to their property, for their customers to get to their property. Otherwise, then I don't think we should approve it.
So they would need to bring, between now and going to final, whenever that is, a written agreement with either TxDOT or the surrounding property owner regarding that access. Is that what I hear?
Well, I would actually prefer that it come back as an intro ordinance with those conditions, modified intro instead of as a second reading.
I mean, we could do that, but we would definitely modify it right now as part of the recommendation, that it would be approved, conditional to them providing, written agreement prior to final, and we would attach it.
Yeah, they gotta show us how they're gonna have secure approved access for their customers to get to their business
And then
without.
when it would go to final, we would just approve it as amended.
Well, I don't wanna put it to final. I mean, I think I would like to make the motion to give that directive to staff to go back and negotiate that condition, those conditions into the intro ordinance. first, so I'm gonna make that motion first.
So this is not approved. Then we
Yeah,
don't
I'm-
approve it, you're just
I'm
giving
giving
direction.
you
This
the
is
mon-
tabled, and you're giving
I'm
us
not
direction.
tabling it yet, I'm gonna get to that.
Motion and second.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, so now you have the directives and the intent that we're looking for in order to approve it, so now I'd like to make a motion to table it as is.
Second. Motion tabled. Any second?
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
So it'll come back in July as an intro ordinance with the new modification, right? Is that right, Joaquin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Number 25, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Motion second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. 26, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce with discussion?
Motion second.
Second for
Second.
Second for discussion. All in favor? Oh,
Just
yeah.
for a quick discussion. Ms. Bluestone? Thank you, Ms. Bluestone, for making the time and waiting on this item. Just really quick on number 26, I know it says with indoor, and that'd be for cats, and outdoor, would that be for not a 24-hour holding facility, but also it says outdoor, but we have the idea that we're gonna have enclosed indoor kennels as well, in the outside.
Yes, so much like what we have now, one half of the kennel will be inside, the other half of the kennel, you raise up the guillotine door, and the animal will be able to have access to the outside, so it gives both. And the inside is obviously in this weather very climate controlled.
And those are the ones you're talking from here in Texas?
Yes.
Okay. And the hours of operation for, are we gonna have a specific hour, or we're just gonna apply it as come?
For the hours of operation in terms of when the officers are there, it's during their shift.
When the animals would be there on the outdoor?
Probably the main shelter closes at 5, so we are going to attempt and do our best, unless there's an emergency call, to get those animals back to the other shelter, unless we can reach an owner, like say it has a microchip or something like that, at which case we would extend it a little bit longer in hopes to get the animal back to the owner that evening versus driving the animal back to the main shelter.
I just want to remind, District 1 and my colleagues here, that this is a plan to decrease the response time for those animals which we have, especially coming in from the outskirts of the county and people who drop off, in the city limits, all these. We just want to have access to a South Satellite Animal Shelter.
All right.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Ms. Bluestone, will this include, or is this where the medical services were intended to be developed, or is that a plan for our main shelter?
That's on our main shelter. The new up-and-coming veterinary clinic, that will be located on the main shelter. Now, with that said, any injured animal certainly is gonna go straight to the
main shelter?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, the idea here is to concentrate on decreasing the response time to South Laredo, and at less tax-paying money. This used to be an old police station, which the police chief and the department worked great in passing it on and using it.
And I do appreciate, Councilmember Gonzalez, your efforts to get this done. I think we do see the need, especially in District 1, 2, and 3. I think our concern is always, and this is not something that is easy to solve, as you all know, is that we provide an upgrade of services, we can capture more animals, and yet they still come. People are still dumping. People do not take the responsibilities of pet ownership seriously, and it continues to be a problem. And I know you've been working on efforts to educate the public and to work on spay and neuters, which are so important. And I hope that those efforts can continue, because we're behind the 8 ball, and if our population isn't going to cooperate in this effort to prevent the procreation of more and more animals, we're not going to be able to get our hands around this beast. but I know that you have been dedicating so much to providing that program so that we can get ahead of that 8 ball and try to change culture and make it a better life for these animals and people.
Yes, go ahead.
You know, I want to thank Councilmember Gonzalez for doing this. He told me a couple of months ago, it's like I'm going to try to do this for our community in the South, and it's in his district, but I totally support it. Thank you so much. And saying that there's a lot of development growing, and as it is, there's a lot of animals being dropped off in areas that are starting to be constructed. They're already dropping off animals out there. People that are negligent, people that are they're not doing the right thing, spaying and neutering their animals. Having this facility, it's going to help us for the officers, not just to drop them off, but to have a faster response time to any other call or important call, more important priority calls that can help. Because let's remind people, an animal control officer it doesn't only pick up animals, it looks at takes care of animals. They also support PD when they gotta go and serve something. They call animal control to help them out with a canine, with whatever kind of animals out there. They call animal control. So for having this opportunity to expand it, it's a great opportunity. So thank you so much, Councilman Gonzalez, for doing this for the community itself.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you for the input, Councilman. I do want to remind the public and my colleagues that all the upgrades are coming up from District 1 priority funding.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Motion and second, that was number 26. For or against, where you went through that, man? All right.
Motion and second.
Motion, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. We have number 27.
You have
For-
a public comment.
We have a public comment. For or against, or do we go with public comment?
Public comment.
Public comment
Public
first.
comment.
Okay.
My name is Michael Galo. I live at 1602 Clark. I'm here to try to get 7-Eleven not to build a convenience store next to me. I think the Heights has had too many R1s converted to B1. It's never the other way around. And we have a Bolero 1 block away. So I don't see any reason to have this there. And the other thing is, they want the whole block, but I don't think they're gonna build on the whole block. I think they want to have that so they can put some more B1s on it. And they haven't, as far as I know, have they told you what they're gonna do?
We have seen the site plan, it is.
Yeah, they want it, but are they gonna build on it?
Please direct the chair, please. If you want to comment, come up here.
Good evening, Secretary, planning staff. Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have seen site plans that they have not submitted with the zone change, because zone changes don't typically require site plans, but we have seen site plans that do have the whole block taken up by the gas station.
Well, if they're gonna take up the whole block, I think they're planning on having some large trucks come in, which is gonna really, make it inconvenient for people going down Meadow and Gustavus and Clark. It's already congested, that's a major thoroughfare, and they're going north and south.
What's the current zoning there?
It's R1.
R1.
Yes, sir.
Mayor?
Yes, go
I'm
ahead.
just curious, why did, I
That's
noticed,
where the old United Day School was, and then a church bought it, and then another church now is renting, but they are not active right now.
Yeah. You had a question?
just I noticed staff supported it, but Planning and Zoning Commission denied it.
That's correct. There was quite a significant amount of opposition. If you see on your packet, we've got, I guess, 14 opposed and 33 outside of the 200-foot radius. So I think that was very powerful for them. For us, thank you. I was looking for this. So cases, I just wanted to bring up the item very, very quickly so we can kind of all be reminded what this looks like. He's correct. The Clark is a principal arterial. There's got 17,000 and change trucks, vehicles and trucks going down that road. It connects two interstate on-system roadways. Meadow is got about 8,000 and change of cars going past there. And what is it, Galveston in the back? Gustavos, sorry, Gustavos. That is just about to be designated on our thoroughfare plan as a 70-foot collector. So that also has about 3,000 average daily trips. It's just, there's Catty Corner, there's already B1 zone located there. There's similar uses in the area. When he mentioned there is a gas station already there. So it's just difficult to envision that the intersection of a principal arterial with, 17,000 cars intersecting with about 9,000 cars is a good place for R1, for houses, So that's where we looked at, what we were considering. But we understand, the public and their sentiments as well.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, as Mr. Boteo pointed out, there's a Valero that is a block away from the intersection of Meadow and Clark. And then they're building a brand new gas station that is the entire block, the same setup on Guadalupe, close to the intersection of Bartlett and Malinche. And so I at some point, I get that perhaps the locale looks attractive, but we have service of this kind, gas stations provided to the community, and I see it's just an excess need of this service, right? Or excess abundance of a gas station, right? We've got a big one going up by Guadalupe, which is not far at all, and then we have the Valero that's a block away.
We also, of course, have to consider any of the B1 uses. The gentleman is correct when, you're looking at a zone change would allow any of the uses that would be allowed under the B1. Typically, the gas station is probably the most onerous of the B1 uses that would be
right, Ms.
allowed.
Can I ask you, why do we have a gas station which seems to, have a lot of traffic, have a lot of fumes, just because of what it's doing? Why is that considered a low-impact use for a B1 designation? How did that end up in the B1 bucket?
The concern with fumes is kind of a relatively new concern with regard to gas stations. So it's, I guess in the past, been considered sort of an amenity. Just in, typical conversations, we've talked to some of our counterparts in Austin that have distance requirements between gas stations and residences, pretty significant ones. And they've just, given us just told us, it's not no data supporting it, but that it's kind of difficult for those people living in the vicinity, that they have to go so much farther. It'd be so much more convenient to have those uses sort of more close that would allow for them to either walk to those uses. So it was typically considered sort of an amenity for a neighborhood.
So perhaps in a different location, because the Valero is down the street.
There is one block away.
But I think I would ask, and not as a directive, if there's any interest on Planning and Zoning Commission to look at this issue again and see if B1 is the correct designation for a gas station, knowing what we know now about the fumes. And I understand that it's controlled. There's a B1 going in off of Los Presidentes, and it'll be a gas station.
We've had some very, very interesting talks at Planning and Zoning. We had our environmental director was so kind and gracious to lend us his time and mention to us that he's spoken with some of his counterparts, and really what he's seen in his professional experience is that the fumes were not as a concern as much as the spread the spread, the underground spread. So I know that we're working on a gas station ordinance to put some of those distance requirements there, but more to deal with the spread for underground.
I appreciate that, thank you.
All right.
I'm
Okay.
gonna close and deny.
Mayor, really quick, sorry for the discussion. Yeah, although I'm a fan of economic development, I know, especially in this side of town, with Mr. Garza always has a good people, community residents that show up when there's something that there's gonna be a change there. So they're very passionate, and I've seen this crowd come before us, and they seem all to been there for over 30, 40 years. So, we also respect that, extra, knowledge that they have in their side of the district.
Okay, all right, before we go there, we have another public comment. Maria del Pilar Monroy.
Is anybody for it? I'm for the item.
Let her go out there.
Monroy, we have a comment.
Just set it on there.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll turn it on in the back room.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Maria Pilar Monroy. I have lived at 1701 Clark Boulevard for over 22 years. I am here tonight presenting over 50 local families who are united in this opposition of the rezoning. The number speaks for themselves. Oh, it didn't turn on, but. Within the 200-foot notification radius, there are 21 properties. 11 owners have signed this protest. That's 52%. In the 300-foot radius, there are 36 properties and 21 owners have signed. That is 58 objections. We have over 50 property owners who have taken a stand, including property owners outside the 300-foot radius. The Heights is a historical neighborhood, a quiet sanctuary that has served Laredo for over a century, a residential area since day one. Allowing the transition into B1 will lead to the permanent loss of our neighborhood heritage. If you break this buffer today, you're telling future generations that the historical character of our homes is less important than a corporate lease. There is also a deep concern regarding transparency. The applicant first notification explicitly mentioned the gas station. I'm sorry, where am I? Okay, I'm so sorry. There is a deep concern regarding transparency. The applicant first notification explicitly mentioned a gas station. The second one was scrubbed clear. Yet, it was the applicant stating to us after the planning meeting and zoning hearing that a 20-year lease of a 7-Eleven is on the table. Voting yes on B1 gives the applicant a blank check to place a 24-hour commercial operation in the middle of our families. Safety must be the priority. The planning director stated that 17,000 cars pass through 1600 Clark Boulevard every single day. This road is in its absolute limit. There are 7 schools within 1.2 miles radius, including Nixon High School, Lamar Middle School, Blessed Sacrament, Ryan Elementary, Don Juan Gallego Elementary, Memorial Middle School, and San Agustin. Adding 24 hours commercial traffic and heavy delivery tankers into a zone where thousands of children are transporting to their schools is an unacceptable risk. If 17,000 cars is the current count, that is exactly why we must protect our children from further gridlock, fuel runoff, and safety hazard. We are not against growth, I'm almost done, but we are against the destruction of a resident's identity. We ask you stand with the Planning and Zoning Commission, who recommended denial of this request. Stand with the 50-plus families in Heights. Keep it residential. Please vote no on the zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
There was one more gentleman that wanted to speak up.
Do we have a card for him? Yes. What's your name, please?
That's a public hearing, Mayor.
Would you have a,
He can speak.
He doesn't need to have cards.
okay, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of council, Andres Rubio for the record. For the item, I'm gonna pass out some quick.
I'll pass him on, so you can start.
So I represent Lasco Development. Basically, they develop 7-Elevens around all the U.S. and they lease them to 7-Eleven. Like the ladies mentioned, they do have a 20-year lease for this site. I guess they kind of got ahead of the game. So just a quick history. I mean, this is something I pull out from Google Earth. It's 12 lots in Block 881 Eastern Division. Its previous uses had been United Day School, Iglesia Cristiana Misericordia, and Gateway Academy. I have some two images there, 2002 and then 2026. Basically, it's the same facility for over 20 years. So it's never actually been a residential or homes or anything. Have a couple of Google images of what the site looks like. So we have different intersections. I mean, it's again, it's just a couple of buildings, and probably built at different times. This is, I'm sorry. I don't know if you can see it, but I passed them on. So this is the analysis survey that was done, basically showing what's existing currently there. It's three or four one-story buildings. There's no ADA routes along Meadow, Gustavos, and Mendiola, as we can see. There's a sidewalk along Clark, but it doesn't meet the required 8-foot width. And there's no underground storm drain systems on site or off site, so everything kind of drains towards the corner of Gustavos and Mendiola. So all of that site, I mean, it just drains. And at one point, it was mostly paved, so that's I'm guessing it kind of causes some drainage issue along Gustavos. And then there's no system, there's no inlets or anything. I guess the closest inlets are further to the east on Gustavos. Street lights, I did talk to AEP. They said that most of those lights, the street lights are halogen, kind of outdated, so the new lights would have to be LED if requested. And then the driveway along Clark, that doesn't meet the spacing requirements from the ordinance. So that might cause some traffic issues there, maybe some traffic.
3 minutes, Mayor.
Go ahead and finish it.
So this is the proposed site, and I already passed it up. So what 7-Eleven is proposing here is, again, 24-hour location. That's a prime location to serve the neighborhood, basically. The 7-Eleven or the Valero that's further to the north, that's going to be, the intent is to close it down and relocate it to this location. And we're planning, the plan is to provide a lot of landscape, provide sidewalks along those streets that don't have, that's almost 70,000 or more in improvements that are going to be provided with this new facility. It's not for trucks. It's basically for vehicles. It's just a convenience store and gas station to serve this community. There will be some detention on the south on Gustavo, so we're proposing on detaining that water, improving the drainage on the road. Again, so we're going to meet the landscaping and irrigation requirements. So it's going to look, it's not going to look it's going to look better than what's there. The lighting, against there's going to be lighting inside of the facility. That's going to probably improve on the security in case people want to go around and walk around that block. Emission lines compliance, we do meet and will meet the new amendment to the emission lines, which I don't know if you can see, we're going to put the tanks on facing Clark, and then the emission lines would be somewhere here. Clark has like a 95, varies, but 95 foot right away, so we can meet the 100 foot required because these tanks are 4,000 gallons or less. So I guess that's just a front view and rear view, and some more notes on I guess on why you hopefully consider this zone change.
Thank you very much.
We don't, he has a motion to close and deny.
We have a motion.
Move to close and deny.
That's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Close and deny. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you. Number 28. For or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Motion. Second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. 29, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Oh, introduce, close and deny, please.
Second.
Motion to close and deny.
Okay, motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Number 30.
Number 30. Yes.
Close to 30.
Let me just close 30. Okay, 30.
And final?
This
Thirty,
is final.
30 has item 43 attached. It's the same item, 30 and 43. It would require a bit of a discussion. Do we want to entertain your motion, your item first, Mayor, and then return to 30?
Yes, let's do it. It'll be number
we do that?
68.
But there's when we vote on
Yeah. Yes.
We have these intro ordinances that we gotta get through.
Well,
We
let's
already
get-
read them and it's already 10 o'clock.
Let's get over them.
I think we should finish
Let's
intro
finish it.
ordinances before we pull up an item.
Okay.
Number 30, for or against.
Yeah, let's just
We
finish
got
the
number
intro
30,
ordinances.
for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passed. 31, for or against, for or against, for or
Mayor,
against.
those are final
Oh,
reading of
final
ordinances.
readings. Yeah, final.
Are there any questions on final reading of ordinances
No, we
from
haven't.
anybody?
33 was already,
Okay, so motion to approve final readings of ordinances 31 to 37, excluding 33 because it's already been voted on.
Okay. Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mayor, we also have,
Mayor, motion to for executive session?
we have two executive session items.
Which, let's see, what are we gonna discuss? What are we gonna finish?
Motion second.
Okay, motion and second.
Extend the meeting.
Let's extend the meeting, we're not gonna
Well,
finish.
and extend the meeting.
Okay, we have a motion
There's
first.
a motion and there's a second.
Motion and second first.
To go to executive session.
Motion and second. All in favor?
To include the extension of the meeting to the
And
11th.
to include the extension of the meeting.
All right. As amended? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. One opposed. Okay. Motion passes. Executive session.
Councilmember Rangel. I take it this is for item 65?
64 and 65.
All right, thank you.
No leche.
It's very funny. Back to regular session. From executive, no agreements were made.
Mayor, no action on 64 and no action on 65.
Right.
Mayor, motion to recess the Laredo City Council and convene as the Laredo Mass Transit Board.
Second. Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Motion Motion to approve number 66.
Second.
Motion,
Second.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I like to bring number
Motion
68.
motion passes.
Okay.
So,
Motion
motion,
passes.
motion to adjourn to the Laredo Mass Transit Board and reconvene as the Laredo City Council.
Second.
Motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. I'd like to bring number 68.
Mayor, prior to, just because of time constraints, I'd like to motion to accept the consent agenda. Yeah. Approve the consent agenda prior.
Okay, motion and
Can
second.
excuse me, can we, take out number 43? I think there's gonna be a presentation. If we
With the
could
exception of
accept-
number 43.
Number 43.
Well, we need the approval
We
of the
need
rest.
to do item 68.
I'll second the approval of the rest of the consent agenda.
Okay, except for
With the
43.
exception of 43.
Except for 43.
Motion second.
Okay, motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right,
Motion to bring up 43.
Yeah,
43.
wait,
43.
yeah, sorry. There are
Motion.
people
You
here
have a
who are
motion?
waiting for 68.
Any second, 43? We already did, but.
Are we, Mr. De Los Santos, am I mistaken?
We didn't have a
believe-
presentation, Mayor. We weren't planning on one. If you have questions, we can answer them,
Well,
as far as I know.
Then I'll go ahead and do this, and my apologies to those who are here for 68. Consideration for approval, amendment number 2, an increase in the amount of $1,114,725 to the professional services contract with JHS Architect Inc., Laredo, Texas, for the City of Laredo Sports Complex Phase 1B project. This amendment number 2 is to provide additional architectural and engineering services that encompass building design, park planning, and landscape architectural design. Current contract amount with this amendment is $5,189,725. Funding is available in the Sports Venue Tax Fund. So, Mr. De Los Santos, there was, originally there was some confusion because in the supporting documentation, that 1B applied to a couple of different descriptions. So if you could just describe what this new contract amount will encompass.
Yes.
The scope of work.
Good evening, Mayor Eddie De Los Santos, and City Engineer for the record. So this item, the amendment number 2, is the services for the consultants for the Phase 1B of the sports complex. Let me have a little presentation so I can. So the 1B improvements that we're referring here in these items are the ones shown in your screen, where the original, when the sports complex first came into fruition, it was a $55 million project that included everything, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. At that time, council decided to remove those amenities and stick to the original, to 45 million to do these improvements. So the item that we have here for the amended contract for the consultant is to complete what was originally approved by council back when the sports complex started. I understand where the confusion might be because of the subject of the previous council items, but this is to amend the consultant's services for the construction of Phase 1B of the sports complex. It's for the design services.
So in this design phase, I'm sorry, you're saying that what would it include? What would this new Phase 1B include?
So it'll be the multi-purpose fields, which is the one, I don't know if you can see it on the screen. Let me see if I can get the mouse.
Oh, I
So
see.
this one right here.
Okay, that's
One.
so because one is already done. So you're talking about the second multi-purpose.
Yes, one is done, the one in green, here in the bottom, that's the one that's already complete as part of the, what we call now Phase 1A, right?
Right.
So the one in purple is gonna be added, and then you see here number 2, it's a playground, and then number 3 is gonna be a concession, office and restroom building. So what this is gonna serve this pods, because we're gonna put a restroom building close to the to the multi-purpose fields. Right now, my understanding is that whenever there's an activity here on the multi-purpose, they have to walk all the way over here to the closest complex. So this will help, have restrooms closer.
Yes.
Kids will not be wandering around, so they'll be closer, and the restroom will be available close to there. The other one that we have is number 4, the parking. You see in the bottom, and then the last one is the maintenance yard, will be over here on this side.
The what, sir?
The maintenance yard.
Maintenance yard.
So,
Oh, there it is.
Mayor, if I'm sorry.
Thank you. So really quick, I feel comfortable with these. because of also of, last meeting's, presentation of, you know, what the complex has been producing so far and the projection of it with the current rentals and stuff. Yeah, and this is much needed. The concession there, I see the lines at the concession, people walking all the way from the soccer tournaments all the way to, a couple of blocks actually, maybe to the original concession. So yeah, also, just so we can take into consideration, this playground is gonna be for the entire complex, phase 1, 2, and 3. So make sure we have a good playground there for the kids, yes. Por favor.
With fencing, please. Because that's the complaint that we get right now with the fencing needs in the new Salamander Park, is that for parents to feel comfortable with such a large playground amenity, they need to feel that their children are not going to run off.
Out of the playground.
Thank you for that,
Yes.
Councilman Fierro. I see, Mr. Kiowa took notes of that. Appreciate that.
Yeah, and quick, Mayor, if I may. I see, what about the amphitheater down here? Is that included as well?
No, that is part of a future phase.
A future phase.
Right now, we have it as phase 2, but that could definitely change depending on the
Oh,
direction
so
of
this is
council.
just for phase 1, all is still
1B.
1B?
1B.
Phase
So
1.
phase 1B.
That's one.
Motion to, proceed?
Second.
Second.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, item 68.
Through today that are timely. We have item 58, which is the health insurance that we have to have that today. Item 62, then we have our poet, laureate, is she here? Is she here to, oh, so we should get that one out of the way, first, Mayor, too. And then 59 is also timely, I believe. So those
For the CLMD has some visitors from out of town here. We
Yes. Have a motion?
recognize the people who've come out of town, Mayor, for your item?
Yeah, I think we're gonna, which item is that?
68.
Can we just maybe add it to the end of the ones that we're mentioning?
If we get to 68, we'll do it, yes. And 68 if we get to it, if we get done. All right, so motion? Any second? Or we can, second? Okay. All in favor? Opposed, motion passed.
57, 59, and 68.
Mayor, item 57.
All right, go ahead.
Just the staff report, do we have anything that staff needs to present on this?
No, just the nomination.
Name for the record?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Vanessa Filizola, the Public Arts Program Manager. I'm here to go over the Poet Laureate nomination. The Poet Laureate is an honorary position that promotes literary arts within the community, and we are moving forward with the staff recommendation for Ms. Xiomara Milan.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor? Opposed, motion passed.
Congratulations, thank you.
All right. Number 58.
Oh, she's not here.
Say something?
Oh,
Danielle Burns, Assistant Library Director. For the record, we did invite Miss Milan. I'm not sure if she's here. She is present. If she would like to say a few words, or if they would, you're more than welcome. But just wanted to put that out there just in case they're here.
Place,
All right.
y'all
Probably
can.
one.
thank you.
58, Mayor.
58, go ahead.
Staff report. These are staff reports, so somebody's coming up from staff, right? Mayor, I'd just like to mention that we had a workshop where we discussed the options and we decided to go on the option that would increase 15% for contribution with also the modifications to the out-of-pockets that were listed in that plan. And we also discussed, adding the element where the retirees could have the option to go into the HMO plan with all the conditions that were met at retirement.
Sorry, good evening, Mayor and Council.
Evening.
Carol Thurkettle from Human Resources for the record. Yes, so for this item, the one thing that we did not get to do an approval on Thursday's meeting was the contribution for our HSA. We were asking for us to propose a two-tier program instead of having just one incentive of $750, having it to where it would be $450 for employee only. So if employee only is the only one that is opting into the high deductible plan, they would receive an incentive of $450. If they opt for dependents, child, spouse, or family, it would be a $700 incentive to their HSA.
I'll make a motion to approve that.
Second.
All right, motion and second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion pass.
Now,
So now,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
the PPO, giving the retirees the option to pick that HMO plan, I think would make up the difference on that deficit amount.
Okay, so we did receive information from our consultant very late this afternoon regarding implementing or offering an HMO plan for the retirees. I don't have it on the screen because I only have it on the printout, so I am going to put it on.
But it wouldn't be any more expensive than what we had approved. If anything, it would just cause the savings, correct?
The only thing with that, Councilwoman, is that what our consultant provided us, I'm going to go ahead and see if we can put this on the screen. Okay, let me just zoom in on it real quick. These are the two plan rate structures that were provided over to us. So on this one right here, this is considered the PPO plan. What they're recommending is having the rate for the GFR1 going from $567.30 to $728.40 a monthly contribution. This rate would be retiree plus family.
That's what was approved.
No, well, what was approved was actually these rates right here for the PPO. But in them providing us this new scenario, it would put the actual rate of the PPO on the HMO plan and then have a bigger spread for now the PPO, because the PPO becomes more of a like luxurious
But
plan.
that's not what we talked about. We talked about, what we approved was the PPO at the HMO rate, and we said give them the option to move to HMO, which would make it cheaper than that for them. Not more expensive for keeping the PPO, because a lot of us, I believe, are skeptical on the HMO, and it's not a fault of Blue Cross or anything, it's just the idea of making people, pricing them so far out of the PPO that they have to pick an HMO, especially when a lot of our employees are out traveling and these types of things that we talked about. And I understand there's ways around it, but I think the rate that we came up with was a 15% increase across the board. And if you want to keep the PPO, of course, it's going to be more expensive. But we never said keep the rate that we approved, but switch it to an HMO and then bring the PPO more expensive. What we said was, we'll approve these rates, but give us the HMO where the HMO's more affordable. And they did the opposite.
Mayor, and that's, Councilmember Perez is correct, and that's what I was telling staff, because at the end of the day, we're trying to find a rate that would be less impactful for the retiree.
Exactly.
When the retiree's rate was set on Thursday, right? And so at the end of the day, to see the consultant actually come back and price the HMO where we price the PPO, I'm just as surprised, we're just as surprised, because we got that rate right before the meeting this afternoon. And so based on that, Mayor and Council, what we have here is an incomplete exercise of the desire of where we kind of want to go. What I mean by that is we don't have true rates to offer council as based on our consultants' information for you all to be able to make a decision on which way to go when it comes to this. Because ultimately what we would be asking or what I was telling the consultants back there, is a rate below the 15% that was approved as a PPO on Thursday.
Okay,
And so
well, wait,
ulti-
Mayor, if I
so,
may.
so ultimately, we need to take this information and work through it to be able to get a true HMO rate, because I would think it would be less of an impact to the city and to the retiree, for them to end up, doing that. But I just wanted to share that we got this right before the meeting. That's why it's not in the PowerPoint. And so just, keeping you up to date.
Well, if I may, I mean,
Yeah.
we have the consultants here, they've been here the whole time, and they went and took what we asked and they did something else completely. So, I mean, they were asking us to have this finalized by today, but if they don't have the proper rates for us, then is there a way for us to just keep the approval that we already had, but fix this and bring it back? I mean, cause we have to have an approval today so they can build the plan around. But they
Yes.
can leave that component
And bring back
for,
the rate
Bring
component.
that one thing
yeah,
back,
it's
that
just one little
piece.
piece of the plan that's missing. So
That's-
why can't they
that's-
continue to build around that? It only affects what, like we said, 200 and something employees?
Correct, and we don't know what the migration will be. They may not want to leave their plan.
That's fine, but I don't wanna price them that far out of the PPO. This is worse than what we approved.
Correct. And so ultimately, that was one of the things I told Carol in my office, and I went back there real quick right now, right before, to let them know that what I would be recommending through the city manager today would be that we approve what you approved already.
Well, we don't need to
And if we-
reapprove.
You approved on Thursday, and that we approve what's already been approved by council on Thursday. This is just finalizing that piece. And that if it is the will of the council for us to continue to structure that HMO number, that we'd continue to work with that and then add that. But we're not gonna see you all until towards the end of July.
Yeah,
So
but-
I don't know how we'll get you that rate approved in time to make all the rest of this work.
Well, Mayor, if I may?
Especially
Yes,
for,
go ahead,
for
continue.
October 1. The other thing that we can do, and I had provided as a recommendation, is incorporating these rates for the retirees to be effective for January the 1st of 2027. We do need to have a benefit enrollment for the retirees to give them the option to choose. Do you want to stay in the PPO? Do you want to opt out and go into the HMO? It allows Blue Cross to be able to build the plan, because again, they have other employers that they also have to do plan modifications to, and have open enrollments on their end.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
So if that's the case and we can approve, I mean, we don't need an approval again because we already approved it. But if you're saying they have that, we can open the enrollment for January only in the instance that they wanna switch to the HMO.
We would have to offer the enrollment for them, but before January 1st. So our enrollment will most likely have to be for the retirees sometime between October, November, so that they enroll, they can build the cards, send out the new cards, so that by the time January 1st comes in, they have their new cards in place so that they can continue utilizing their services.
Well, so it'll just be like 2 months difference or what for them? I mean, all they.
About 3 months. It's like the
But
first,
for,
like the
but
last
for now, they'd be covered under what we had already approved.
What's been approved.
At the workshop, so then we don't need to take action then?
just the rate, we would come back for the final rate.
For that one.
For that one.
Just for that one.
Just for that one, what the rate is gonna be for the HMO, so that we have it in place, and the retirees are given that information so that they know what the costs are gonna be.
And that, under these circumstances, yes, we would ask for that from the council, and that we make that offer to them. And of course, we don't know how many will jump on it or not, but it won't kick in until January 1, but they'll have an enrollment period. As you said, Councilmember Bettis, the ones that might migrate, they are still with the same dependents that they had at the time of retirement. So we need, I mean, we're being very transparent for those watching, that they're not gonna be able to re-enroll in their new, in any other way than what they had when they left and they retired.
Okay.
Mayor, may I?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Thurkettle, I am assuming that this rate structure is being presented because we did look at those plans, and the plan that was chosen by my colleagues still has a $200,000 deficit.
Correct,
And it also doesn't build on reserves.
correct.
And at that last workshop meeting, you told us that $3 million in reserves is projected to be absorbed into the expenses that we have for this calendar year.
That is correct.
So the health insurance rates that were approved do not meet, first, they don't meet without a deficit, and then they don't build on any reserves. What would happen if we end up with another $3 million of excess expenses that need to be covered during the year for employees' medical expenses?
We would need to look into those matters, because again, we still need to pay our bills regardless. You know, we have to ensure that those coverages are done and have a hard discussion with our budget department and finance in regards to how are we going to be able to ensure that that we continue to proceed with our budget. And again, we're gonna continue doing what we do and try to even incorporate more so to educate our employees.
Of course.
Utilizing, how to utilize our services even.
But based on this, and I'm sorry to interrupt, based on the history of this past year, we've seen $3 million in reserves being used to offset the fact that council last year didn't approve the increase that was being requested by our consultants. Instead of moving forward with an almost $40 increase for the PPOs, it went to a 3-year delayed plan. So it was only 1/3 of what the consultants recommended. And in the end, the city was put on the hook for $3 million because we didn't do our job. We weren't financially responsible when we were setting these rates.
And to clarify on that, what was also approved on Thursday of last week is we are going into the phase 2 of that phase-in. So with that 15% come next budget cycle, there's still that other final phase-in for that PPO only component, unless, you know, something different comes up. We won't know what our trends are until we're at that phase of.
And if I understand correctly from the last meeting, there was also no separation done, as is presented here, right? There was no separation done with the HMO plan and the PPO plan. That
Yeah, everything stayed in place.
So we don't have a financial incentive to encourage movement of our employees from a PPO plan that is more, largesse, maybe? In a very narrow term, because we're talking about medical expenses, I understand that. But an HMO plan historically controls those medical costs a little bit more responsibly, and you just don't see as much expenditure. There's a little bit of a savings that is just been proven in this very shaky health insurance times that we have, right? So I believe we should have a bare minimum, maybe a 5% separation between our HMO and our PPO. Because if not, if you do not put in financial incentives, you will not get the input, or you won't get the uptake of moving to another plan. People like where they are, they're accustomed to the plan and what they pay. And if there's not an encouragement, a financial incentive to move, they probably will not. And in the end, we once again will not be building reserves, and we'll have a deficit. And history has shown that we are just operating in a deficit, and we're going to put that on our taxpayers to cover, you know, across the board, and have to deny services or find a project to counsel. There will be financial impacts for the entire city. So can I motion that we have please let me know, a 5% increase between the PPO and the HMO, increasing the PPO by 5%, just a small amount, so that we can get some separation and some financial incentive for people to move to an HMO plan that seems, according to your statistics, it seems to cover the majority of healthcare needs for employees and their families based on their previous uptake of their insurance or use of their insurance.
Mayor, just for clarification
Yeah,
purposes,
I wanted to provide clarification.
I'm not sure I understand what the council member is asking, and I'm sure Jesus probably has the same question I have. Are you saying from these numbers here, or are you saying from the overall? Because we were talking about this is a GFR,
This is the
these are the
retirement.
retirees, this slide.
Right, so this is an example of how you create separation between the HMO and the PPO. I'm discussing the
this is-
employees, the regular employees' insurance rates that had zero separation between HMO and PPO rates.
Now I understand what
And
you're
if we could increase the PPO by an additional 5%, so we can encourage our employees to migrate to the HMO, and hopefully, I believe that would take care of the deficit. It's 200,000, but hopefully begin to build reserves, because we will be irresponsible if we do not create some type of reserve fund for what we can see is already a high usage in medical insurance, and good, because we want to be able to cover employees' healthcare needs.
Okay, I want to address it if I may. We did provide an HMO option. It was provided by the consultants. And that option was an option that was going to bring us, was it?
It was a.
Yeah, it was even worse. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, based on that, it's like the consultants were saying right now when we were chatting, a claim is a claim is a claim, right? So at the end of the day, whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen claims-wise, right? So this is an incomplete exercise. It's one piece right here for the retirees.
Yes, go ahead.
Can I provide something?
Just as a reminder, when we met the last council meeting, when we talked about health insurance extensively, we agreed that we would make a final decision by today, which is why we held the special workshop last week, was to hash out these things so we could come today and make a final, but we cannot modify today because we already have a timeline. We already agreed that today was the deadline. So we already have a plan that was approved based on what we discussed. The separation thing, I mean, you're pricing people too far out of the PPO. And you have the high deductible health plan PPO that is already encouraging people to move into if they want to get out of their plan. But making them go into an HMO, we looked at the options. All of them had deficits except for raising their rates 32%, raising their rates 25%, or creating the spread, which would give us a surplus. So we're trying again to correct years and years and years of not doing that all at once, and the employees are the ones that are going to be the ones to pay out of pocket. We've already talked about the reasons why it's better for them to have a PPO, especially when they travel. They have to go out of network or whatever. They already are paying a higher rate, so we already decided on a plan. The only thing we're left here is with the retirees. As of right now, the retirees, based on what we approve, is that their rates go up to what's in the HMO column. That we already have a motion for. What we said was, a lot of them do not have the option to pick a different plan, so we wanted to make it cheaper for them to pick an HMO plan. So, if we started at a 199 deficit, and let's just say we have 3% of them move to HMO, every single one of those that moves into an HMO would be a savings for them and a savings for the plan. It's not going to cost more. I just don't think we should be punitive with them, especially at these rates, to push them to where it's even more unaffordable to stay in a PPO if for whatever reason that's the rate that they choose to pay. So we're only deciding on this extra thing here today because adding 5%, it's gonna be, the consultants couldn't have this ready for us today based on the vote we took last week on Thursday. If we do that, then it's gonna push it over the decision when we already said we had to have a decision by tonight. I just wanna remind everybody that.
Can I just provide some clarification regarding the spread between HMO and PPO? With what was approved on Thursday, the spread went from 12.5 to 17.2 between HMO and PPO employee. So there is, it's building that spread. Ideally, the 25% would have been best, but, you know, it fixes it because we end up having a bit of a surplus, but ultimately, there was a decision that had been voted on Thursday's meeting, so.
Mayor? Okay, I think the idea is we're making that spread happen. We'll see how this coming year goes, if it helps at all, and then we might have to keep expanding that, as Councilmember mentioned, the spread. And maybe next year you will give us the pure HMO option in a full analysis to see if that's also, I know that's not popular, but healthcare is out of control throughout the entire country. We are not unique, that we are not special. This is happening all over the country. We live in a society that is based on a for-profit healthcare system that incentivizes the insurance companies to bleed us all dry. If it's not sustainable, eventually it will all collapse. And it's gonna bust, but we're dealing with the system that we have, and it's just an unfortunate reality. So,
Mayor, I want to make another comment on this real quick.
Go ahead.
And we have talked about the need to increase wellness programs within the city, have better access so employees don't have to go to the doctor to get treated. They can go to the wellness center or the aftercare, whatever.
Unless it's because I know it's just acute care, but if it's anything that they really need to go see a PCP that's beyond what the clinic offers, then the employee should utilize their PCP if it's something that the clinic isn't able to.
No, I know, but like, yeah, ear infection
cold and all of
or a
those,
common
yes.
little thing that happens
Yes,
or whatever.
definitely.
So we can still save money if we get better about these wellness plans. We have a huge chunk of employees that don't go on their to get their days off when they go get checked. You know, early detection, walking programs, whatever the health department can come up with. We've been asking for these creative programs. So it would be nice, like in 2 months, to get a staff report on some ideas and headways that we've made to improve employee health that would hopefully over time eventually lead to us saving money on health.
Most definitely.
All right.
Mayor, I have one last comment, the public. I just wanted to make sure that Dr. Chamberlain and the health department do get their props because they have gone far and out of their way to provide health and wellness programs, health and wellness fairs, the mayor's challenge that was going on, all of so many programs, the Healthy Challenge, Texas that we announced the winner here. You know, I do think that our health department has been doing that for a number of years now, and with great success. There's a beautiful Tai Chi program with over 50 seniors at the Haynes Wellness Center that also is encouraging healthy lifestyle. I do think it says what Dr. King says. It is that we live in this system where health insurance, this for-profit health insurance, is squeezing the consumer. But in that system, we're going to face a $3.2 million deficit according to the best projections from our consultants. Now, maybe this new rate structure with this percentage of our employees that are covered by health insurance is going to help fix that if we adopt this plan. And I'm happy to support this if that will do it. But this conversation should not be something that, again, we kick down the road. We're going to face a $3 million deficit for providing health care. And what is more important is making sure that people have health insurance for their families. And we maintain the integrity of that program because we don't want any of our employees to be without it. It's just too important.
All right. Okay.
So,
Next.
so the proposals we're supposed to get on, we're gonna proceed as discussed? If we make a motion for do we have to make a motion for this?
Yes,
For the retiree?
For
it
the,
would-
for the additional plan,
we would need to bring you back those rates prior to.
we just need to bring the rates.
Yeah, just
Yes.
bring
So
back
do you
the
need
rate.
a motion?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet, because you already approved the other ranges.
Right.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to bring up the item 62 to talk about the scheduling for the July meeting. It is scheduled for July 20th, and Mr. Nepp sent an email saying that he was requesting for it to be the last Monday in July, so I'd like to make a motion to approve that request.
Second.
Motion second,
Mayor,
go ahead.
Mr. Neb, you know, every time we do this and have an extended amount of time between our meetings, that meeting is a bear. And it's 6 weeks worth of city projects and city needs stuffed into a meeting. And I just think our experience in January and our previous experience, every time we do this, it does not bode well. So I'm not in agreement with changing it. I'm wondering if there's a real need for you to move the meeting from the 20th to the 27th.
Mayor and City Council, I think it was based upon the conversations that I had with quite a few of you as to the need for some time in the summer in order to get there. We only have one meeting in the week of July. And so the movement is for just that 1 week. So we don't do one at the beginning of the month because of the 4th of July. And so we were already 5 weeks out. And so the idea was to at least get it within there. I think it was to help with everybody's schedule. It is at the tail end there. We do have to have that meeting on that date, the 27th for sure, or at least any time in that week. But that's the reason why, is that we moved it based upon those requests, and that's why it's on the agenda too, is for this conversation amongst the council as to whether or not to move it or not.
So we're changing for vacation requests?
We're changing because there are conflicts within schedules, which includes vacations or any other time for the councils.
Mayor, I'd also like to point out that we've always historically had one meeting in July, but we're about to go into budget really heavy, and we're gonna have probably a lot of meetings that last week of July, that first week of August.
In August, for sure, yeah.
If we need to have a special meeting for something that comes up, that in between that time frame, we've always called special meetings, and so it's not out of the ordinary, you know, that we've done this for
Mayor,
years.
and within the email, I did state that most of the budget information from this point through this next 6-week window, we will send it out electronically in more detail so that everybody has that information. So when we do hit the meetings in August, because July 28th will be a special for handing the budget books to everybody, and that initiates the public hearings for having the conversation on the budget, so.
So there's a motion and a second, Mayor, to approve.
Motion and second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion passes. Don't have my M68, I don't know if we have enough time for
Well,
that.
there's the item 59, Mayor, there's a
Oh.
request to, close the bridge. I don't know what that's about and when it's gonna happen.
Which one is it?
Mayor, Council, it's Hinojosa from the Laredo Bridge System. This is, an item every time we close the bridge temporarily. We, did this, policy, last year in October to bring it up to you whenever we have to close the bridge. So it's a discussion with possible action to approve it, the temporary closure of International Bridge 1, Gateway to the Americas, at the request of the Consulado General de Mexico in Laredo, submitted by Consul General Juan Carlos Mendoza Sanchez in order to hold the first annual celebration of the 250th anniversary of the United States. This would start at 9 a.m. and it will last for 30 minutes.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
I'm happy to move that we approve this, closure at the request of the consul according to, what you provided.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So there's a motion, is there a second? Just for discussion.
Yeah.
I have a question. So is this an annual event?
It's the first annual. They're
Okay.
celebrating, I believe, Mayor, the 250th anniversary and the 4th of July.
So what is the economic impact for this?
It would close 30 minutes north, south, and southbound, $250 revenue.
Only $250? And are they paying that fee to the city or we just absorb it?
That's correct. In the future, when we brought the council item in October, it's the first year. We're going in a year since we started this new policy. In the future, it stated that we could potentially charge a fee. We just didn't want to bring more fees from Bridge. Maybe in the future, we'll start charging.
So, like, the time, how did you all determine the time?
Yes, they have to apply 30 days in advance, which they did. They fill out a bridge closure application that we have online. They fill it out, they submit to us. That way, in case there's other events, they don't overlap.
No, but the time of day to close, like, what did you determine based on some factor, what time?
This is as the request from the consul and the mayor.
But does it impact anybody trying to get to and from for?
We just close north and south for 30 minutes, but not the pedestrian. So it's the same thing we do for the WBCA that we close for 4 hours and the Día Internacional de la Mujer in March.
Okay.
So it's a request.
So there's a motion and a second.
Okay, motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn because we only have like 4 minutes left.
We have the people here. I think it's incredibly rude to not let them.
Sometimes we don't get through items.
Yeah.
Sometimes we don't get
Before we
through.
go into that, a previous item on the bridge, sponsored by Mayor of Laredo, Alcaldesa, and myself, so that was something I forgot to mention.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve, to adjourn.
I'm sorry, we've been here since 6:30. We really appreciate the time to talk.
Yeah,
It's
5 minutes.
3 minutes that you all give us, it would be really appreciated.
So what item are they speaking on?
It would be item 69.
Okay, motion to hear from them on item 69.
59?
69.
69, Mayor, item to bring up item 69 to hear the comment.
Motion?
We didn't motion for 68. No, we
Well,
didn't.
we don't have time for that, it's only 5 minutes.
Mr. Maldonado, did we include?
The 3 minutes?
Yeah,
All right,
I'm so sorry.
so which one was supposed to be done? 59?
it was 68 that was gonna go, but.
Mayor, motion to bring up the item so they can make their comment before the. clock goes
Motion,
off.
second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion passes.
Thank you so much for your time, Mayor. We're just going to quickly have a comment on item 69, which is in relation to permitting laws around businesses that consume a lot of water. In this case, it would be the upcoming data center proposed, of course, by Energy Abundance. That's going to be happening in Data City, north of Laredo.
Yes, name for the record.
Yes, I am Said Iracheta Montalvo, a member of the Laredo Democratic Socialists of America. And so the reason I'm just quickly bringing this up is because currently a lot of people in Laredo are living paycheck to paycheck already. And of course, with these ICE deportations, a lot of families like myself have lost family members that can help with a living wage, people that can work. So they're living paycheck to paycheck, and already you're adding this pressure of having to pay bills. And with this new data center, our electricity bills are going to go up, our water bills are going to go up, and we're already going to be in a water shortage by 2040. And of course, City Council at this moment has not found a concrete solution yet to this problem, and you're asking us to go ahead into another business that is going to get rid of our water. I mean, we're already giving our air to Midwest Sterilization. You want us to also give our water to this new data city? I mean, that's frankly not okay. And the jobs that this is going to bring are not even going to be permanent jobs. These are going to be temporary jobs for construction, not long-term jobs that the people of Laredo need. These are not going to bring long-term economic development to the city if that's what really matters. And I mean, additionally, a lot of people specifically decided that they want to speak on, a lot of people came in to speak on items earlier today. And what happened is that we asked if we could have permission because right now it's raining, the weather is really in horrible conditions, and we asked for just a little bit of time to speak, 3 minutes that we all have. And this was initially denied at the beginning of the meeting, and that's frankly unacceptable. And this was brought up to you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm frankly disgusted that you just said no. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Motion to adjourn, Mayor.
Motion to adjourn. All in favor? Second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion passes. Meeting adjourned.